led by the Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
The doors be open. L'on ouvre les portes. Order. Alors, déclaration des députés, statements by members. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Mr. Speaker, the blanket of snow that we have just received announces the arrival of the holiday season. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I'd like to express our best wishes to the pages and the security guards who still don't have a labor contract. In fact, to all personnel of the House of Commons personnel. I'd like to wish the best to all my colleagues from all parties, and I hope that next year will allow us to work together in the best interests of Quebec. Also, I'd like to talk about our political staff who work in the shadows but very diligently for our fellow citizens. I'd also like to extend my best wishes to all Quebecers. We are here for you to defend your interests with no compromise and are a model of distinct society. We wish you an excellent time with your dear ones around delicious meals. Come back strong. 2018 will be memorable. Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Honourable Member for Beaches East York.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. The holidays are a time to spend with family and with our community, and we've been lucky to celebrate the holidays in Beaches East York through many local bazaars, our Santa Claus Parade along Kingston Road, Decca's Festival of Lights in Eastland Park, and the Beaches Lions tree lighting in Kew Gardens. But the holidays are not only for celebrating, they are also a time to give back to our community and to Canadians in need. That's why my constituency office team and our youth council will be joining hundreds of our neighbours to volunteer packing and delivering hampers of toys, food and necessities to families in need across our riding. I encourage everyone across our community to chip in if you can. On December 20th, you can join us at Seacourt Elementary to support a holiday hamper program run by the Neighbourhood Centre Access Alliance. And between December 18th and 22nd, you can join us at Community Centre 55's Share a Christmas program. Together, we will pack and deliver packages of food and gifts to over 1,000 local families in need. And that, Mr. Speaker, is the holiday spirit.
Hello.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Mr. Speaker, I've got a little Christmas song to sing, even though I'm losing my voice. Pipelines to the east, not happening today. $10 million checks our veterans have to pay. Small businesses are hit, more tax grit spend away. Oh, what pain it is to sing this Liberal song today. Hey, jingle bells, something smells, deficits run away. How sad it is to ruin the middle class today. Hey, jingle bells, cash for access cells, your wallet paves the way. You can have a minister if only you can pay. Hey, Aussies sell us jets, they can't give away. And let's not forget, Phoenix doesn't pay. Hey, jingle bells, Tories will save the day. Oh, what fun it sure will be seeing Liberals go away. Hey.
The Honourable Member, I think we're in for some humour today. The Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, December 13 marks the 81st birthday of His Highness Prince Karim Aga Khan. Since 1957, the Aga Khan has been deeply engaged in enhancing the quality of life of the most vulnerable populations while emphasizing the need to promote the rights of women and girls, respect the environment, and encourage peace, prosperity, and tolerance. The Aga Khan has invested over $500 million in Canada, including in the Global Centre for Pluralism in Ottawa, the Aga Khan Museum in Toronto, Ismaili Centres in Vancouver and Toronto, the Aga Khan Park in Toronto, and the Aga Khan Garden in Edmonton. Canada is grateful for these contributions, which enhances its ethos of pluralism. As we travel to different countries, we hear the resounding thanks to His Highness for making the lives of people better, safer, more just, and sustainable. Bon and
Happy birthday, Your Highness.
Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, and a Happy New Year to all.
Bravo. L'honorable député du...
The Honourable Member for Outremont.
Speaker, I'd like to join with my wife Catherine and our family in wishing Chag Hanukkah Sameach to all those lighting menorahs this week in honor of the 8-day Jewish festival of Hanukkah. Une fête de lumière.
A festival of light, Hanukkah reminds us that human beings can always spread hope despite the darkness and bring us toward a fairer world for all where we have the right to practice our religion.
Full of light, Hanukkah reminds us of our ability as humans to cast light into the darkness and be a spark for change for a more compassionate world where we have a right to practice our religion. In the immortal words of beloved Canadian poet Leonard Cohen, forget your perfect offering. There is a crack in everything. That's how the light gets in. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Mr. Speaker, today is the 81st birthday of the Aga Khan, the spiritual leader of Ismaili Muslims worldwide. In 1972, the Aga Khan was pivotal in securing the safe arrival in Canada of thousands of Ugandan Asian refugees fleeing the dictatorship of Idi Amin, including my family. Over the decades, His Highness has greatly contributed to Canada's cultural fabric, opening Ottawa's Global Centre for Pluralism and the Aga Khan Museum in Toronto, the only Islamic art museum in North America. Internationally, his philanthropy through the Aga Khan Development Network has lifted thousands out of poverty and promoted critical issues like environmental protection and educating girls. In recognition of his lifetime achievements, in 2010, the Aga Khan received our country's highest recognition, honorary citizenship. It is with great pride that I stand before you as only the third Ismaili Canadian ever elected to this chamber, and I wish all Ismailis celebrating today Kushali Mubarak and convey best wishes to His Highness on his 81st birthday. Happy birthday, Hazri Imam.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Mr. Speaker, each day Eastern Canada imports over 750,000 barrels of oil. After the U.S., the top source countries are Saudi Arabia, Algeria, and Nigeria. The oil arrives via large tankers and rail and represents tens of millions of dollars taken out of the Canadian economy every single day. The math is very simple. Oil is already being used by Canadians, just not Canadian oil. Billions of dollars are simply forfeited each year, dollars which could fund healthcare and education, fuel employment, and help foster real environmental innovation in every region of our country. Canada's energy sector is undeniably one of the world's most accountable and transparent, and yet this Liberal government has incomprehensibly stacked the deck against it, as in the case of Energy East by requiring our own industry to play by vague and ever-changing rules which don't apply to foreign competitors. This purely political strategy is both infuriating and incredibly divisive, and it's time the Prime Minister put an end to it for the good of all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard.
Mr. Speaker, I call on the House to applaud Mr. George Elliott Clark, our current parliamentary poet laureate. While his tenure is coming to an end this year, his work as a poet, his work as a playwright and an activist will continue to live on. Indeed, he has written over 50 poems during his time, including one about my dear mother. Mr. Clark, who comes from the Black community of Nova Scotia, has dedicated his life to combating anti-racism, to combating the flight of African Canadians. He has done so through his literary works. He has decried injustice, and he has championed equality. I thank Mr. Clark for promoting the importance of literature and for combating racism in Canada. To quote one of his poems, being Canadian means bundling up with loved ones and not letting go. Never let go, George, and keep up the good fight.
Here, here.
The Honourable Member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Mr. Speaker, it's already December, the last month of this exceptional year, marking the 150th anniversary of our country. I would like to take advantage of this end-of-year period to take stock and thank my fellow citizens of Marc-Aurèle-Fortin for their interest and support throughout the year. And I would also like to extend my best wishes for the holiday period. I will be participating in the different winter festivities in Laval. For example, the Manoir Thérèse Casgrain Festival on December 17th. 2017 was a landmark year for Laval residents, with federal investments to support families, to support job creation, and public transit. In closing, may I wish all of you serenity, health, and prosperity for the new year. And I'm eager to see you again in 2018.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, last Saturday in Vancouver, pro-Palestinian demonstrators in a disgusting display of hate burned Israeli flags, made anti-Semitic slurs, and called for violence. Sadly, what happened in Vancouver is not an isolated incident. Indeed, recently there has been an uptick in anti-Israel demonstrations as well as acts of hate directed towards Jewish Canadians. This hate is being fueled on campus, online, and by the racist and anti-Semitic BDS movement. In light of what happened in Vancouver, the Prime Minister has a responsibility to speak out and send a clear message that acts of anti-Israel sentiment and acts of hate directed towards Jewish Canadians are completely unacceptable and have no place in an inclusive Canada.
Honourable Member for Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, we have some of the best and brightest health researchers and healthcare professionals in Canada. One such visionary is Dr. Arjun Sehgal, a radiation oncologist and researcher at Sunnybrook Health Science Center. I was proud to meet this wonderful doctor and discover these technologies during many visits to the facility over the past year. Dr. Sehgal and his team have championed new radiation technologies that include the first gamma knife icon in Canada and the novel MRI liner, which is the 7th in the world and the only device installed in Canada. These new technologies will change the way spinal and brain tumors are treated in addition to multiple other cancer types. Mr. Speaker, with emerging technologies and important research changing the way medicine is done, I could not be more proud of our healthcare system and will hope make it work. Thank you, Dr. Arjun Sehgal, and your hard work team. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the holiday period is a privileged moment for many people, but for others, it's less fortunate. As citizens, we must join our efforts to those who hold Christmas drives. With their actions, they offer many families well-deserved comfort. This time of year makes us want to share and show compassion for our nearest and dearest. Canadians know what giving of themselves means. What would be the holiday celebrations without the Nez Rouge operation, which ensures that people get home safe? Its mission, which is to encourage responsible behavior based on a civic approach, is an example of service by the community for the community. I encourage all of you to join forces with all the volunteers who show such generosity, compassion, and goodness, fundamental values that unite us as Canadians. Best wishes to all, especially for the members of the Canadian Armed Forces who serve our country with such dedication.
Honourable Member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, 40 years ago, Prime Minister Pierre Trudeau launched a modernization project for the Canadian Armed Forces for a new jet, the new fighter acquisition, Mr. Speaker. That was selecting the F-18. 40 years later, the son of that Prime Minister this week says he's modernizing the Canadian Armed Forces with what, Mr. Speaker? The F-18, Mr. Speaker. Not only are these F-18s used, they've been used in more operational theaters and over low-level ocean flying more than Canada. So Australia has used their jets harder than ours, Mr. Speaker. But this is a pattern. We saw this with Liberal used submarines, where billions were spent and there's virtually no operational capability of the Victoria-class submarine. We saw this on my aircraft, the Sea King helicopter, Mr. Speaker, which we're only replacing now because of the troops' more than used kit.
The Honourable Member for Markham Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to wish everyone in Markham Thornhill a happy holidays. This is a special time of year. Tonight is the second night of Hanukkah, and in less than 2 weeks it will be Christmas. And whether you light a menorah or a Christmas tree, Mr. Speaker, what unites us at this time of the year is family. Many of us spend far too much time apart from our families, and I hope that members and staff take time over the holidays to be with their loved ones. As we all come together with those who are dear to us, our friends and those in our communities, we should recognize and appreciate the critical role that families play in allowing us to do our work. In the spirit of family, I'd like to take a moment to recognize Mr. Jeff Connor, whose son Alec is on my team. They are sharing a special father-son moment here on Parliament Hill. So to both of you and to all the families in Markham Thornhill and across Canada, Happy Hanukkah, Merry Christmas, and a Happy New Year.
Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
The call to mark December 17th as the International Day to End Violence Against Sex Workers began in 2003 as a memorial for the victims of the Green River Killer in Seattle. This annual Day of Remembrance serves to raise awareness about the high level of violence that sex workers face on a regular basis. The fact is, sex workers face assault, battery, rape, and murder on a regular basis, and yet there is this general attitude that violence against sex workers is somehow expected and therefore accepted. Surely we must agree that violence against anyone is not acceptable. Our current laws put sex workers at great risk of violence and deny them equal access to justice and police protection when they are the victims of crime. As we honor and remember the victims, we must also renew our commitment to end the violence by taking action to end the perpetration and the stigma associated with sex workers.
The Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Mr. Speaker, 'twas 12 days before Christmas, almost time to head home, but first we'll endure that Cape Bretonner's poem. But before he gets up and makes fun of us Tories, we get to stand up and tell our Christmas story. The Liberals have had quite a fall. It's been swell to see all their plans go to mortal Chappelle. They went after our farmers and small business owners while protecting their assets and their wealthy friend donors. And they sometimes forget, because it's easy to do when you're counting your villas. Is it 1, 3, or 2? There've been some big changes for us around here. We have a new leader, and for us it is clear that he's younger and taller, more virile and sharper than the current PM, and he smiles more than Harper. He works hard for our party, starts each day before dawn, and the best part of all is he keeps his shirt on. There's more. no Mercedes, no fortune, no nannies, but he's such a nice man. He connects with the grannies. Yes, in 2019, it will be quite a fight, but till then, Merry Christmas, and to all, a safe flight.
Yay!
Now, I don't know. Order. I don't know how the honorable member for Chilliwack Hope knew who the next speaker would be, but the honorable member for Cape Breton Canso.
Touche to my friend. Mr. Speaker, 'twas the week before Christmas, and not much was new, but I'll take just a moment to offer my view. The new Tory leader picked a political spat, but it's hard to take him serious with dimples like that. But even those dimples cannot hide the shock of what happened Monday evening in South Surrey White Rock. The Dippers believe their savior's been sent. He's bumped up their polling to 16%. To the new leader, here's a challenge to meet. It would be sweet to compete with Jagmeet for a seat. The Bloc were once strong, but find themselves in a quandary. Break up the country, they couldn't separate their own laundry. While opposition parties were sitting back and relaxing, we were doing the hard work, which some say was quite taxing. Housing and poverty, so much progress has been made. Take, for example, international trade. Because as much as we love trade, with North Carolina, opportunities abound in places like China. Hey! And if the current view of NAFTA is forced to be dealt, I'll hang mistletoe off the back of my belt. There's the far left. There's the far left, the alt-right and the smart in between. I'd still outbid on our boy in 2019.
And he told me he'd be 8 seconds over. While the House is in such a good mood, let me add my own best wishes for a Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, a safe, healthy, and Happy New Year. Questions orales, oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
We're not doing tarps off today, that's for sure. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, for months, the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance tried to minimize the devastating effect that their fiscal changes will have on local businesses. And once again, today, we're being given an announcement that actually does not respond to the serious concerns of entrepreneurs who are creating jobs in our communities. How can the Prime Minister allow for this incompetence and this joke to continue when we are only a few days away from the 1st of January? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, on January 1st, 100% of our small businesses will see lower tax rates. That's good news for the middle class and those who are working hard to join it. We also made changes to make sure that the wealthiest cannot use an unfair tax advantage to reduce their taxes to lower than those of the middle class. We have simplified the process that will allow many to continue to do what they're doing for their families while making sure that the wealthiest do not take unfair advantage from the system. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Health since July 18th has been a complete disaster, and here we are almost 6 months later, and they still don't have simple answers to very worried small business owners across the country. But everyone knows that he's raising their taxes so that he can keep spending on his personal priorities and the priorities of his wealthy friends. Hundreds of millions of dollars for his friends at Bombardier, $500 million for his rich friends who run a bank in Asia, and $10 million for a convicted terrorist who murdered an Allied soldier. Canadians don't want to pay his bills, so will the PM finally end his attack on small business owners?
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, only the Conservatives could see lowering taxes for small businesses as an attack on small businesses. That's how partisan they've become. The fact is, the first thing we did was lower taxes for the middle class and raise them on the wealthiest 1%, and everything we've done since then, including the Canada Child Benefit, including increasing GIS for seniors, and now lowering small taxes for all small businesses across this country, is helping the middle class and helping grow our booming economy.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The very first thing this Prime Minister did was cancel the tax cut for small business owners. It was Conservatives who forced him to bring it back. He tries to raise taxes on health and dental benefits. He's gone after employee benefits, the waitresses and waiters and retail workers. He's tried to raise taxes on our brave women and men in the armed forces, and he's even had to apologize for raising taxes on Canadians living with diabetes. So why doesn't the Prime Minister just come clean and admit that all of these tax hikes are the consequences of his out-of-control spending and massive deficits?
The Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our approach has focused on growing the middle class and in making sure that Canadians have a real and fair opportunity to succeed. And you know what? Across the country, we're seeing the benefits of that happening. This year, Mr. Speaker, we created 441,000 new jobs, which is the top number of job creation in 18 years in this country, Mr. Speaker. This is the kind of results that our leadership on the economy has delivered, and they can't say anything about it.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
We can say a lot about the fact that local business owners across the country have been under assault by this Liberal government's out-of-touch attack on their ability to create jobs. We can say a lot about the fact that the top 1% is actually paying less under their changes than before. And we can say a heck of a lot of the damage they're doing to the economy with their erratic behavior on the trade front. Recently, he's insulted Japan and Australia when he skipped a meeting that would have allowed Canada to sign on to the world's largest trading bloc. Can the Prime Minister tell us what he is doing to repair the damage caused by his erratic behavior?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what Stephen Harper didn't understand, what those Conservatives over there continue to not understand, is it's not just about signing any deal, it's about signing a good deal for Canadians. And we saw it time and time again. They're just in a rush to try and sign anything to get along, but we know that no deal is better than a bad deal, and we will always stand up for Canadian interests, unlike those Conservatives.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, it's not only Australia and Japan who are upset with the Prime Minister over his bizarre actions in Asia. So can the Prime Minister assure us that his recent behavior in China, his begging for a free trade agreement at all costs, that he hasn't compromised our position at the NAFTA negotiating table and the millions of jobs that exist today that depend on free trade between Canada, the United States, and Mexico?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Again, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives demonstrate they still don't understand anything about getting a good trade deal for Canadians. Wherever we go around the world, we will be demanding a good deal for Canada. We're not going to follow the conservative Harper doctrine of any deal and capitulation as a trade strategy. We are going to demand good outcomes for Canadians, good outcomes on the environment, on labour issues, on a broad range of issues, because that's what Canadians elected us to do.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata, Basque.
Mr. Speaker, when Parliament chooses a new Ethics and Conflict of Interest Commissioner, all parties must be consulted. That's a legal obligation. But we were not. We only received one letter and one name. We know nothing about the other candidates, and the nominee was rushed through committee within 1 hour. Instead of a merit-based process, all we have is the Liberals' assurances that they are doing the right thing. But, Mr. Speaker, that's not enough. How can they tell us that their nomination was merit-based? And if they want to pursue that line, why don't they release the name of the finalists to the other parties?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, on the issue of the lobbying commissioner, on the official languages commissioner, we actually consulted opposition parties last June to see what criteria they were looking for, what their perspective is, what stakeholders we should be consulting with. We have engaged them in a robust process that will determine and end up with the right kinds of officers of Parliament. And once again, Mr. Speaker, if they don't have confidence in the officers of Parliament we've put forward, let them stand up and say so.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata, Basque.
Back in June is not consultation, and it's not the commissioner that we don't trust in, it's their process.
Why? Because on the selection committee for the new Ethics and Conflict of Interest Commissioner, there were 5 members, and including a Chief of Staff to the Government Leader, Chief of Staff to the President of the Treasury Board, and 2 Assistant Secretaries to the Liberal Cabinet. How can we believe that the selection process for the next commissioner was open, transparent, merit-based, and above all, impartial when it was dominated by Cabinet, staff, and Liberals? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I have to admit that I absolutely disagree with the Honourable Member. The reality is that asking for suggestions, asking for proposals, asking for names months ago, yes, is part of a consultation process. Asking for criteria, asking for them to share their concerns is exactly how we were able to arrive at the right choices for our officers of Parliament. That's the process we followed, and that's what will lead to very good officers of Parliament. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, after only just being appointed, the Ethics and Conflict of Interest Commissioner is already in hot water. First, we learned that he was criticized twice while he was occupying similar duties in the past. But he has also refused to confirm that he will continue the ongoing investigations into the Minister of Finance and the Prime Minister. Wow, I thought that usually you hired investigators to shed all light, not to simply erase all signs of a crime. Is that the new exit strategy of the Liberals? Just erase everything and start over as if nothing happened? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I understand that for opposition members, everything has to be partisan at all times. However, we choose people who will undertake their responsibilities with integrity. That's what we all expect of the Ethics and Conflict of Interest Commissioners and of all officers of Parliament. We respect choices that are evidence-based before we make a decision.
So let's try to sum up the Liberal ethical violations just this year. The Prime Minister breaks the law by taking a private helicopter to a billionaire's island. But, Speaker, who hasn't? The Finance Minister secretly holds on to millions of dollars in shares in a numbered company, but I say let ye cast the first stone. Now the Liberal House Leader, whose job it's been to defend the ethical violations of the Finance Minister and the Prime Minister, was put in charge of hiring a new Ethics Commissioner. Irony is dead over there. So my question to the Prime Minister is exactly how many ethical violations and investigations is it going to take before Liberals realize that the rules apply to them too?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as we come to the end of this year, you can't help but feel bad for the members of the opposition, because the results that we've gotten as a government, the job creation numbers, 441,000 new jobs, the best in 18 years, the growing economy, the help for the middle class, the positive outcomes, leave them with nothing to do but fling accusations and throw mud. That's not what Canadians want. That's not what Canadians deserve. That's what I hope they'll be getting better than in the coming year.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister said that he would be lowering taxes for the middle class. However, he increased them on HoC transport, sports activities and cultural activities for children, on camping and even on beer and wine. 80% of Canadians in the middle class are paying more taxes, and the wealthiest are paying $1 billion less. There's only one word for that: incompetence. When will the Prime Minister stop making life easier for himself and his rich friends and harder for everyone else? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Once again, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are showing that they do not understand how to help Canadians. The statistics that they are using do not take into account the Canada Child benefit, a benefit that puts more money, gives more money to 9 families out of 10, that has lifted hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty, and that is helping Canadian families. And this is something that has helped the economic growth that we are seeing now. They would have simply preferred to continue with their old benefit that was giving money to millionaires every month, but we're giving it to families that need it the most. I'm a Leader of the Opposition.
Rich millionaire friends who are getting the benefits from this government's policy. But the incompetence extends to so many other areas. Now, it's been 2 years, and the Prime Minister has broken 2 promises, a key to his campaign. First, he said he would run modest deficits. Now we know his out-of-control spending is costing taxpayers over $100 billion. Second, he said he'd balance the budget in 2019. And now his government is telling us that they don't even know when the date is that the budget will be balanced. So, if the Prime Minister can't even read a balance sheet, how can Canadians have any confidence in anything else he's doing?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in order to chase their goal of balancing the budgets at all costs, they created the Phoenix fiasco. They nickeled and dimed our veterans. They've continued to cut services for Canadians across the board. We made a different decision that they did. We told Canadians that we would run deficits so that we could grow the economy and put more money in the pockets of Canadians who needed it. That's exactly what we've done, Mr. Speaker, and that is working for Canadians.
Order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Let's talk about Phoenix, Mr. Speaker. Let's talk about the Liberal decision to ignore a third-party report that said that the system wasn't ready, and they rushed ahead for political reasons. It was their choice to press the start button. They've had 2 years to fix it, Mr. Speaker. 2 years, and they have done nothing. Meanwhile, families across the country are suffering because of their lack of action and their incompetence. When will the Prime Minister take responsibility for his decision and stop trying to blame other people?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite just actually laid it out. The problem was that they had fired 700 people in order to book the savings that they were counting on, so they could magically balance the budget just in time for the election to try and save their skins on their terrible economic performance of the past 10 years. We did not create the Phoenix problem, Mr. Speaker, but we're going to fix it.
Order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Order.
They started the Phoenix program before it was ready, ignoring the advice of a third-party report. They've had 2 years to fix it, and nobody believes that they're going to do anything about it. It's going to take a Conservative government to clean up their mess on this file. The incompetence is everywhere, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, the Liberals campaigned on a new process to replace our fighter jets. They then abandoned that process and said that they would sole source Super Hornets. Now they're searching the reduced for quick sale bin for used fighters from Australia. Will the Prime Minister take responsibility and admit that we're never going to get new jets?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, the men and women of our military deserve the equipment they need to fulfill their responsibilities and deliver on their commitments. For 10 years, the previous Conservative government was unable to give the men and women of our forces the equipment they need. They completely botched the process. That is why we were proud to launch a full open competition yesterday to replace our fleet of aging fighter jets, not with 65 jets like they spoke about, but 88 jets to ensure that our military is able to fill the roles that we expect them to.
Order. If members don't like what someone is saying, they should keep in mind that their turn on their side will come, and they should wait for that. We had Santa Claus visiting earlier, in fact, and he was telling me he didn't like to hear all this heckling. He'll reinforce that, I'm sure. I have a good friend of his, is here to confirm that. Order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, nobody's buying the Prime Minister's revisionist history. Let's take a look at the record. Strategic airlift craft, Hercules tactical airlift craft, Chinook helicopters, upgraded Aurora surveillance planes, and modernized Halifax-class frigates for our Navy. That's just a partial list of the Conservative government's success on the procurement file. What do we have in contrast? A fabricated credibility gap that is having us search Kijiji in Australia for used fighter jets. This is a disgrace to our men and women in the armed forces. When will the Prime Minister just take the blame for his own incompetence?
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, if I might, a parenthesis, I know you're trying to invoke Santa Claus to help them out, but let's not forget, the Conservatives like coal. Mr. Speaker, we take very seriously the responsibility we have to ensure that the men and women of our armed forces actually have the opportunity to do their jobs safely and with the right equipment. We take that extremely seriously after, for 10 years, the Conservatives botched the process.
Well, Leader of the Opposition.
They've been taking it seriously for 2 years, Mr. Speaker, and nothing's happened. Maybe it's time they start taking it super seriously, and we might actually get some results. Mr. Speaker, the incompetence extends even further. Canadian veterans are in limbo amid a backlog of applications for disability benefits. Now, I know the Prime Minister's going to get up 2 years into his mandate and try to find other people to blame, but let's remember this is happening under his watch, a direct result from his decisions. So when will the Prime Minister stop blaming others and stand with our brave men and women in uniform?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Over the past 2 years, Mr. Speaker, we have invested in hundreds of millions of dollars for veterans. We have improved the benefits that they receive. We have reopened veteran service offices that were closed. We are ensuring that we live up to the sacred obligation we owe to our veterans and to their families. This is work we take very seriously, Mr. Speaker, and it is work we are delivering on.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, according to the dictionary, the definition of the word consultation is the following: act of consulting, asking for their opinion. Sending a letter with the name of one candidate is not consulting. That's imposing. Giving 1 hour to the Ethics Committee to consider the candidate for the position of Ethics Commissioner is not allowing open discussion, it's restricting discussion. If the Liberals had truly wanted to consult the opposition, why did they wait till the very last minute to do this? Right Honourable the Prime Minister. On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, 6 months from the beginning of the summer, we consulted the opposition. We asked them what their concerns were, who we should speak to, which communities should be involved in our choices of the next officers of Parliament. That was a commitment that we made to our process that we developed to be more transparent and more open. We're proud for having consulted to that extent the members of the opposition and will continue to do this.
No, they'll do better.
Let's be clear here, Mr. Speaker. It's not like the Liberals don't know what consultation with other parties looks like. They did consult the opposition before appointing the Supreme Court justice recently, but they consistently fail to consult on appointments for officers of Parliament. These watchdogs don't work for Liberals. They work for all of Parliament, and we represent all Canadians. So when will the Prime Minister drop his tired talking points, keep the promise to be open and accountable, and commit right now to follow the right process, the legal process, for these appointments?
The Honourable Prime Minister.
I thank the member opposite for his comments and for contributing to the Supreme Court appointment process. As he mentioned, it is a very good one. But I do want to correct him on that. We did, for example, on the Commissioner of Lobbying and the Commissioner of Official Languages, reach out to the opposition parties back in June to talk about the stakeholders they wanted, the communities they thought we would involve, how they felt the appointments process should go. We were happy to consult them. We're happy to be open, transparent, and engaging throughout the process.
Honourable Member for Carleton.
They tried to raise taxes on health and dental benefits, but we stopped them. They tried to raise taxes on people with autism and diabetes, but we stopped them. They're trying to raise taxes on our family farmers and local businesses, and we continue to stop them. Will the Prime Minister admit that he's just putting these tax increases targeted at vulnerable people on hold, and that he'll try to bring them back in if, God forbid, he gets another chance after the next election?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we lowered taxes on the middle class and raised them on the wealthiest 1%, and they tried to stop us. We brought in a Canada Child benefit that gives more money to 9 out of 10 Canadian families and lifts hundreds of thousands of kids out of poverty, and they tried to stop us. We moved forward in increasing the guaranteed income supplement for our most vulnerable elderly seniors, and they tried to stop us. And we moved forward on strengthening the CPP for future generations. They tried to stop us.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Now let's talk about their real record. Despite their promises, the wealthiest 1% in Canada are paying $1 billion less in taxes. Despite their promises, the middle class, 87% of them, are paying higher taxes. Despite their promises, that millionaire, the Prime Minister, continues to get child care benefits in the form of taxpayer-funded nanny services. And their wealthiest friends continue to stash away their money in tax havens that this government has done nothing to address. When will they admit that this is a government by the rich, of the rich, and for the rich?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, in their pursuit of endless partisanship, the Conservatives follow think tanks that do not include the whole picture. The stats they're quoting now don't actually include the Canada Child benefit, and I can understand why, because they campaigned against our Canada Child benefit, which gave more money to 9 out of 10 Canadian families and lifted hundreds of thousands of kids out of poverty, because they wanted to continue with their benefits that send child benefit checks to millionaire families. I don't think that's fair. Canadians didn't think that's fair, and that's why we're delivering on what we committed to Canadians to do.
Honourable Member for Carleton.
They do continue to deliver child care benefits to that millionaire in the form of taxpayer-funded nannies. But beyond that, he criticizes the source I use for statistics. He says it's a think tank. Actually, it's his own finance department, which says that the wealthiest 1% is paying $1 billion less under this government. No new taxes for his trust fund, no new taxes for Morneau Chappelle, no new taxes for his fundraising chair, just more taxes for the working people who pay the bills in this country. Why?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
See, one can't help but feel bad for the Conservatives. They're resorting to flailing around with personal attacks because we have created over 441 1,000 new jobs over these past 12 months. That's an 18-year record for the Canadian government, Mr. Speaker. We are delivering the fastest growth rate in the G7. We are delivering on low unemployment and benefits to Canadians that are making a real and tangible difference in their lives. All they have left is groundless personal attacks.
Member for Carleton.
Facts from his own finance department, and he considers it a terrible personal attack against him. Maybe he should take that up with the finance department. But when government gets big, we know who pays more. It's the working class. It wasn't Morneau Chappelle that paid higher taxes. It hasn't been his fundraising chair. It hasn't been him. In fact, we know that the wealthiest 1% pays $1 billion less. Yes, that is a record to cry about, Mr. Speaker. But the reality is that when government gets bigger, the working class pays more. When are they going to put an end to that injustice?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, the first thing we did was lower taxes for the middle class and raise them on the wealthiest 1%. And this summer, when we said we were going to be lowering taxes for small businesses and making sure that wealthy Canadians are no longer encouraged to use Canadian-controlled private corporations to pay lower tax rates than middle-class Canadians, these Conservatives went on the warpath, scared everyone across the country, and are now sheepish that we are lowering taxes on small businesses as of January 1st, and they can do nothing but give personal attacks.
Honourable Member for Berthier-Baskin-Angers. Mr. Speaker, yesterday in committee, the Liberals nominee for Ethics Commissioner didn't want to confirm if he would continue the investigation into the Prime Minister's trip to the Aga Khan's Island, as well, and the Minister of Finance with respect to C-27. These investigations are important for Canadians and for our democracies. But this isn't clear to the Liberals. Do the Liberals think that commissioners should follow and continue the investigations begun by their predecessors? The Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, all parliamentarians expect that officers of Parliament fulfill their roles with integrity and in a fact-based manner, and that's what the Commissioner said he would do. He's not going to pursue partisan interests. He will act in a way that is based on facts. He will assume his responsibilities. This is what we expect. We don't expect the facile partisanship of our adversaries.
Mr. Speaker, is this Prime Minister trying to pretend that his selection process is not partisan? Canadians want the investigations into both the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister to be completed and reported. And in committee yesterday, the government's nominee refused to commit to do so. These investigations are important for our democracy, and the Liberals must be held to account. Simple question. Do the Liberals not agree that investigations already started need to continue under the new Commissioner, or do they believe they're above the law?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I think the question is whether or not parliamentarians and Canadians expect officers of Parliament to fulfill their duties with integrity and with responsibility and based on the facts. That is exactly what the Commissioner testified to yesterday. That is what we all expect from any agent of Parliament, to do their job responsibly above the petty partisanship that so often animates this particular House.
Honourable Member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, on Monday the Minister of Finance met with his counterparts from across the country to work collaboratively and take action that is in the interest of all Canadians to strengthen the middle class and to help those working hard to join it. As a result, a number of agreements were reached, including a coordinated approach on the cannabis excise framework. Can the Prime Minister inform the House on the cannabis agreement and how it benefits provinces, territories and municipalities?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for Newmarket Aurora for his question. Cities and towns across the country are among our most important partners in our effort to legalize and strictly regulate access to cannabis. That's why we increased what we are providing to provinces and territories to 75% of collected excise tax from cannabis so that municipalities can get the resources they need to keep cannabis away from kids and profits out of the hands of criminals. This agreement will be reviewed within 6 months of legalization to confirm that communities, that cities and towns are well supported by the provinces.
Honourable member for Milton.
Mr. Speaker, in the announcement made today by the Minister of Finance, there is still one very troubling aspect of these small business changes, and it's this. Mr. Speaker, you may not know this, but if you're a married woman in a family business, you will now have to prove that you should receive a dividend from that company. If you're a divorced woman, however, it is assumed you will receive that dividend from the same company. So, Mr. Speaker, from one feminist to another, how is that fair?
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, on January 1st, we are lowering small business taxes for 100% of small businesses across this country. There are 3% of small businesses, of Canada-controlled private corporations that use income sprinkling, and of that 3%, many will be able to continue under recently clarified rules that apply. Those who are trying to use income sprinkling as a way of avoiding paying their fair share of taxes no longer will be able to. That is what Canadians expect of this government when we make the tax system fair, and that's what we're delivering on.
Member for Milton.
Mr. Speaker, I've been accused on the other side of not understanding arithmetic, so I think I'll help the Prime Minister on this one. 3% of small businesses is 45,000 small businesses in this country who in the next 2.5 weeks will have to understand these rule changes and then implement corporate structure changes to their own businesses in order to be able to be on the right side of the CRA. And then the CRA will test to determine if it's reasonable what they're doing. This does not help anyone in this country. Will they withdraw these tax rules?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, on January 1st, small businesses will be paying lower taxes because we are dropping the small business tax rate. For those Canadian-controlled private corporations that do use income sprinkling, they will have the entirety of 2018 to determine how to give out dividends, and then they will have a few more months after that to prepare their taxes. We are giving plenty of time to businesses to ensure that they are able to continue to do things that matter to their businesses.
Alors, l'honorable député de Richmond.
The honourable member for Richmond-Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, let's look at the facts. Let's look at the record of our finance minister. He's bringing in a tax reform that will tax small business even more. He was fined by the ethics commissioner because he forgot to declare a company that owned a villa in France, that he didn't put his shares in a blind trust, that he sold $10 million worth of shares before he tabled measures that he himself decided on. He tabled Bill C-27, which increased the worth of his shares in a family company. What is the Prime Minister waiting for to fire him? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I understand why the members across the way are engaged in personal attacks, because their record is something, but ours is very positive. Over 600,000 jobs created, Mr. Speaker. This is an 18-year-old record. Further, we are delivering economic growth, the strongest economic growth in the G7, and we are helping Canadian families to succeed after 10 years of a Conservative government which couldn't help families the way it should have. The honourable member. Well, I think that the first responsibility of a finance minister is to manage Canadians' finances, Canadians' money. But let's look at the facts on the ground. A deficit of more than $20 billion. This will be something that will weigh on your children and grandchildren. No plan for a balanced budget. That's the reality, Mr. Speaker. For 2018, will the Prime Minister do what he should do? Will he show some leadership? Will he name a finance minister who is responsible and transparent? The Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, again, personal attacks, but this finance minister is delivering for the Canadian economy and delivering for Canadian families. And the first thing he did was to lower taxes for the middle class and to raise them for the richest. He is helping 9 out of 10 families. He's getting hundreds of thousands of children, lifting them out of poverty. He is not sending checks to millionaire families the way the previous government did. He's helping Canadians.
This week, Liberals again excluded the Native Women's Association of Canada from high-level provincial, federal, territorial meetings. And it's not the first time. Indigenous women were shut out of First Minister's meetings in October, March, and last December. NWAC wasn't even invited to a reconciliation meeting with the Prime Minister. We need diversity of voices, and leaving women out means you only get half the wisdom. So how can this so-called feminist Prime Minister call this reconciliation when he keeps blocking Indigenous women's voices?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, that is simply not true. We've continually worked with Indigenous women's organizations and Indigenous groups across this country to ensure that all voices, youth, elder, women's, survivors of residential schools, are heard in every possible forum. We know that the work of reconciliation needs to involve everyone, and not just Indigenous people and the government, but non-Indigenous Canadians as well. That is the work we are doing. That is what we take so seriously and what we are focused on as we build a brighter future that includes everyone in this country's success.
The honourable member for Bay James Nunavut EU.
To court to interference by government lawyers. The Liberals have been fighting those survivors for years by covering up documents, by forcing them to find witnesses to verify evidence, and now they want them to pay for the court costs. Mr. Speaker, this is a re-victimization of survivors who have suffered horrific levels of abuse. When will this government commit to real partnership with survivors? Because if you ask me, Mr. Speaker, this does not seem like a real partnership.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we must never allow this dark and painful chapter of our history to be forgotten. We're encouraging all survivors to share their stories and documents with the National Centre for Truth and Reconciliation. Where an individual requests it, our government is willing to absolutely waive privilege and encourages all other entities to do exactly the same. We remain committed to bringing closure to this system.
The member for Lethbridge.
Mr. Speaker, when the wife of a Canadian soldier with severe PTSD went to the Minister of Persons with Disabilities, she was told, "You married him, he's your responsibility." When a young mom and cancer survivor asked why this government continued to deny her benefits, the minister compared her question to the old question, "When did you stop beating your wife?" And to a thalidomide survivor, this same minister quipped that everybody in Canada has a sob story. My question for the Prime Minister is simple. Do these comments reflect the position of his government?
Hear, hear. Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister has responded to these allegations. He's working right now on important accessibility legislation for helping every person with disabilities in this country. When he was Minister of Veterans Affairs, he delivered on our commitment to increase the caregiver recognition benefit and reopened offices across the country which Conservatives shuttered. He will continue to be a strong advocate for persons with disabilities and, of course, for his constituents in Calgary Centre.
The honourable member for Beauport-Côte-de-Beaupré et d'Orléans-Charlevoix. The Minister of Sport and Disabled Canadians doesn't have what it takes to be a minister. A minister should be someone who listens to people and is empathetic. He clearly didn't understand this with his inappropriate conduct and his condescending words to certain citizens, including Ms. Kim Davis. What's worse is that the minister ordered his staff to publicly humiliate Ms. Davis. Does the Prime Minister approve of the actions of his minister?
Premier Ministre.
Right Honourable Prime Minister. The minister has responded to these allegations. He's working on important legislative measures, including increasing accessibility for disabled persons. When he was Minister for Veterans Affairs, he acknowledged and helped natural caregivers. He's continuing to be our spokesperson for disabled persons and for his people in Calgary Centre.
But a clear one, the Liberals are compassionate for vulnerable Canadians only when it's politically convenient for them. Thalidomide survivors, veterans, families, sick mothers who have all gone to a minister for assistance have been dismissed and belittled, and it gets worse for his own political damage control. It seems he told his staff to publicly humiliate and discredit the wife of a sick veteran by sending screenshots of her personal Facebook posts to the media. How can the Prime Minister condone his minister's words and actions?
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the minister has responded to these allegations. He continues to work on important measures. They're going to make Canada more accessible and ease the challenges facing Canadians living with disabilities. When he was Veterans Affairs Minister, he made historic improvements to support for veterans and their families, and will continue to be a strong voice for the compassionate approach that this government continues to have.
Honourable Député.
The Honourable Member for Broome-Missisquoi. Mr. Speaker, Rohingya refugees are still facing an extremely difficult situation. They have problems with nutrition, shelter, health, and the safety of women and children. The Myanmar Assistance Fund, announced last month by the government, has come to an end. We know that Canadians are generous and that compassion is one of our values. Can the Prime Minister tell this House what the update is with respect to this situation? I'd like to thank the member for Broome-Missisquoi for his question. We remain very concerned about the position of Rohingya in Myanmar and Bangladesh, and I'd like to inform this House that Canadians very generously gave $12.5 million, and we will increase this contribution in humanitarian aid to the Rohingya by the same amount. And this will bring the overall contribution in 2017, $50 million for our partners in Myanmar and Bangladesh.
Mr. Speaker, women who have undergone female genital mutilation suffer infections, difficult urination in childbirth, pain during intercourse, and more. And practitioners of FGM are entering Canada, and Canadian girls are being taken abroad to have the procedure performed on them. Raising awareness of FGM is a core part of the fight against it, and that's why it's listed in Canada's Citizenship Guide as a practice that Canada doesn't tolerate. So, simple question. Will the Prime Minister end his consultations on FGM and decide today that warnings about FGM belong in Canada's Citizenship Guide?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, being vocal about this important issue is something that I've always done. Indeed, when I was last in West Africa, I actually spoke up clearly and strongly against this issue. In regards to the Citizenship Guide, we are pleased to take recommendations and suggestions from all Canadians, including members of the opposition, and I can assure you that we will be very clear about this issue because, Mr. Speaker, this isn't an issue for partisanship. This is an issue upon which we are all united.
The Honourable Député de Salaberry-sur-Roi.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. The Catherine Spirit will cost taxpayers $24.1 million. Most of this money will go to the company which created this trash heap. What's worse is the government hasn't provided for penalties for non-compliance with the date of dismantlement. And to top it off, this same company was fined for non-compliance with Quebec's environmental legislation. And now it is facing a class action suit of $10 million. How does this government intend to impose stringent environmental legislation, and why hasn't it fined them for their tardiness? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, our government intends to protect the safety of Canadians. We hope that the Catherine Spirit will clean up its act and move its environmental damage in a very transparent way. We want there to be a complete dismantlement of Catherine Spirit. We will be monitoring what is going on, and we will be monitoring things as they progress.
Mr. Speaker, during her testimony to the House of Commons Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology, the Minister of Science told the committee when she was at G7 in Italy, Canada is viewed as a beacon for science around the world. Can the Prime Minister update this House on the actions he's taken to ensure Canada remains a top destination for international talent and how that is benefiting post-secondary institutions in Canada, but especially in my home province in British Columbia? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, Prime Minister.
I thank the member from Mission Matsqui Fraser Cannon for his question and for his advocacy on behalf of his constituents and his province. Our government supports for research and innovation are being noticed around the world. Through our investment of $117 million in the Canada 150 Research Chairs program, we are recruiting talented researchers and scholars from a broad variety of disciplines. Today, the Minister of Science welcomed our first group of talented researchers, including Dr. Addis, Dr. Koljian, Dr. Ramalho Santos, and Dr. Seltzer, who will work in Ontario and in British Columbia. We look forward to welcoming additional chairs in the coming months.
The Honourable Member for the Bellechasse-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, the decommissioning of the preserver, with this, the Defence Minister will acknowledge that there was a serious capability gap. It's up to the Minister to maintain the capability of our Navy. And even the Defence Minister said that they needed 2 ships, the Astérix and the Obélix. When will the Minister make a sensible decision? And when will he give this contract to Davy Shipyards? Mr. Speaker, we are considering our needs in supply ships for the Navy. We're looking at this in a rigorous way. We are looking at the long term with respect to a second supply ship. This wasn't part of a need that was identified. Our government does not plan to buy or contract for services for a second ship at the time, for the time being. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, as you know, this is the last day that Parliament will sit before the holidays. But it's the last day of Parliament before hundreds of workers lose their job at Davy Shipyards. These families will be spending Christmas facing unemployment. Will the Prime Minister take the opportunity to help these people, show some heart, and protect jobs at Davy Shipyards? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we know about the repercussions of loss of jobs for workers and their families. With respect to the building of another ship, this would cost $2 billion, and there is a competition between various shipyards. So please allow me to say to everyone, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. May you be happy and safe for 2018.
Okay, un appel au
point of order. The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, I call for unanimous consent from the House to table the following motion: that the House condemn the horrific acts committed by ISIS.
Spouse, if it's okay.
Order. L'honorable
nice. Order. It's nice to see all sides getting along and cheering each other on for these Christmas season. But we have a member giving a point of order. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, I demand the unanimous consent of the House to table the following motion: that the House condemn the horrific acts committed by ISIS, acknowledge that individuals who joined ISIS fighters are complicit in these horrific acts and pose a danger to Canadians, call on the government to bring to justice and prosecute any ISIS fighter returning to Canada, and insist that the government make the security and protection of Canadians its priority rather than the reintegration of ISIS fighters. Does the honourable member Does the honourable member have unanimous consent to table this motion?
No.
No, there is no consent.
J'en ai un autre, puis ensuite on...
Another point of order. The honourable member. Another point of order, then. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a few minutes ago during the question period, the Prime Minister answered the member for Carleton, referred to a lobby group, but it was the Minister of Finance who issued this document, and for the 8th time, I asked for the unanimous consent of this House to table the following document.
2016-2017, page 16, quote, personal income revenue decreased by $1.2 billion, largely reflecting the impact of tax planning by high-income individuals. Unquote.
Je vais demander la question. Est-ce que l'honorable député...
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of this House to table the motion?
Je crois que non.
I'm afraid not.
OK. OK. Maintenant, un appel au règlement.
Now a point of order from the honourable member for Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Prime Minister for his Christmas wishes, but there are workers from Davie who are waiting for a decision on Obélix, and I call on the unanimous leave to table the defence review policy that says that we need 2 ships. It's a naval operational group. It says it on page 35. We need it for national security, and that will give a Merry Christmas to Canada and to the Davie workers. Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to table this motion?
Non, c'est pas unanime.
Unfortunately, the consent is not unanimous.
Point of order. Order. We have one of the ministers who wants to say a few words. So, point of order, the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been some discussions among the parties, and if you seek it, I think you will find unanimous consent for the following motion: that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, A, after the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion for third reading of Bill C-24, an act to amend the Salaries Act and to make a consequential amendment to the Financial Administration Act, the questions on the motions standing on the order paper in the name of the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons in relations to the appointments of the Commissioner of Official Languages, the Commissioner of Lobbying, and the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner shall be put forthwith and successfully, and that if a recorded division is requested on any of the aforementioned motion, the bells to call in the members shall not ring and the recorded division shall be taken immediately. B, Bill C-66, an act to establish a procedure for expunging certain historically unjust convictions and to make related amendments to other acts, be deemed concurred in at the report stage and ordered for consideration at third reading later this day. When the House begins debate on the motion for third reading, the said bill, a member of each recognized party, a member of the Bloc Québécois, and the member for Saanich Gulf Islands may speak to the said motion for not more than 10 minutes, followed by 5 minutes for questions and comments, and at the conclusion of the time provided for government orders this day, or when no members rises to speak, whichever is earlier, the motion be deemed adopted and the bill read a third time and passed. C, the Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology be the committee designated for the purposes of Section 92 of the Copyright Act, And D, when the House adjourns today, it shall stand adjourned until Monday, January 29th, 2018, provided that for the purposes of any standing order, it shall be deemed to have been adjourned pursuant to Standing Order 28 and be deemed to have sat on Thursday, December 14th and Friday, December 15th, 2017. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the Honourable Minister, or does the Honourable Government House Leader have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Carried. It's nice to see us getting along. This is wonderful. Okay. Now. Being 3:18 p.m., the House will now proceed to taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of the third reading stage bill C-24. Guess we don't have to call in the members. Call in the members. Right? Nice to see you here. La question est la suivante.
The question is the following. Ms.
Fully move that Bill C-24, an act to amend the Salaries Act and to make a consequential amendment to the Financial Administration Act, be now read a third time and do pass. All those in favour of the motion, please do rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Monsieur Lozon Argentel, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lozon Argentel, La Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mrs. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Mr. Kuzner.
Mr. Kuzner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Bertanzi.
Mr. Bertanzi.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Mr. Chiquet.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Monsieur Miller Ville-Marie Le Sud-Ouest Île-des-Sœurs.
Mr. Miller Ville-Marie Le Sud-Est Île-des-Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anna de Sangari.
Mr. Anna de Sangari.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. DeBruzen.
Ms. DeBruzen.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Edkoudi.
Mr. Edkoudi.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fregascatos.
Mr. Fregascatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrett.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Lamatis, Matin, Matipédia.
Mr. Massé, Avignon, Matis, Matan, Matapedia.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Ravillard.
Mr. Rodiard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mrs. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Schultz.
Monsieur Sede.
Mr. Sarah.
Madame Shanahan.
Madam Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission, Mass Green at Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Fraser, Brampton South.
Mr. Seacand.
Mr. Seacand.
Mr. Sobrera.
Mr. Sobera.
Mr. Spangaman.
Mr. Spangaman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mrs. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kung.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Lechemin, Lévy.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Wright.
Monsieur Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Pullers.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Monsieur Bertud.
Mr. Bertel.
Monsieur Dentel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abutayef.
Mr.
Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladu.
Ms. Gladu.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Genera.
Mr. General.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroy.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. General.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. McCooper.
Monsieur Clark.
Monsieur Clark.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Monsieur Lozon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Stanton. Mr. Lozon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Aglinski.
Mr. Aglinsky.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diop.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. McKimmich.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Monsieur Munkar.
Mr. Munkar.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Navardière.
Madame Navardière.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Ms. May Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Yeas pour 167, 167. Nays contre 125, 125.
Je déclare.
I declare the motion carried.
Conformément à l'ordre.
Pursuant to order made earlier today, Ms. Chagger, seconded by Mr. Goodale, moves that in accordance with subsection 49(1) of the Official Languages Act, 1985, Chapter 31, and pursuant to Standing Order 111.1.2, the House approved the appointment of Raymond Théberge as Commissioner of Official Languages for a term of 7 years.
House to adopt the motion. All those in favor of the motion? All those in favor on division? Okay, I'll just on. Carried on division? Yes. Unanimous? Very good. Okay. Pursuant to order made earlier, Ms. Chagger, seconded by Mr. Goodale, moves that in accordance with subsection 4.1.1 of the Lobbying Act, RSC 1985, Chapter 44, and pursuant to Standing Order 111.12, the House approved the appointment of Nancy Bélanger as Commissioner of Lobbying for a term of 7 years. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? On division? On division? Carried. Pursuant to order made earlier today, Ms. Chagger, seconded by Mr. Goodale, moves that in accordance with Section 81 of the Parliament of Canada Act, RSC 1985, CP1, and pursuant to Standing Order 111.12, the House approved the appointment of Mario Dion as Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner for a term of 7 years. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? On division? On division, carried. Tabling of documents. Oh, we have a point of order. The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Sir, but on division, we usually do find out how people would like to vote on division. And I was going to vote in favor of 2 of the commissioners and against 1. Is that permissible?
When it's accepted on division, normally what happens is it's the House, the majority of the people have want it accepted on division. And since we don't have a vote, I'm afraid it's not expressed that under these conditions. Okay. So now we're at tabling of documents. Now, since all of you are leaving, if I can have your attention, please. Many of you are leaving. I just want to wish everyone happy holidays.
I'd like to take this opportunity to wish you all a good vacation, good holidays.
Those that are close to you, those that you love, and enjoy the time that you can take. We will see you in the new year. Bonnes vacances.
Happy holidays.
If I could just ask the honourable members that order. It's nice to see everyone getting along and crossing the floor and talking to each other. If we can just kind of wish your holiday greetings in the lobby or on the way, and we'll get started. We'll go to the tabling of documents. The President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the annual report to Parliament for 2016-2017 on the benefits and costs of significant federal regulations and the implementation of the one-for-one rule. This report highlights the net benefit of Governor and Council regulations made in 2016-2017 and is a public report on the one-for-one rule as required by our legislation.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 8 petitions.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by members. By ministers. Reports. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Coast of Bay, Central Notre Dame.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the report of the Canadian Parliamentary Delegation respecting its participation at the mission to the country that will next hold the rotating presidency of the Council of the European Union and the fourth part of the 27th session of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe in Sofia, Bulgaria and Strasbourg, France from October 4th to the 13th, 2017. Merry Christmas, Skipper.
Aye, aye, Captain. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Don Valley North.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House, in both official languages, the report of the Canadian Parliamentary Delegation respecting its participation at the co-chair's annual visit to China of the Canada-China Legislative Association held in Kunming and Haikou People's Republic of China, October 10 to 14, 2016. Thank you.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages 2 reports by the Canadian delegation of the Canada-China Legislative Association and the Canada-Japan Interparliamentary Group. The first is respecting its participation at the 25th annual meeting of the Asian Pacific Parliamentary Forum, APPF, held in Fiji, January 15th to 19th, 2017. The second is respecting its participation at the 38th General Assembly of the Asian Interparliamentary Assembly, AIPA, held in the Philippines, September 14th to the 2017, and season's greetings to you too as well.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Thredo Lakes. Before you start, I just want to remind everyone that if you have a phone, please turn on the signal on it. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's been a while since I've had the opportunity to present some reports from the Canada-U.S. Interparliamentary Group. As the former chair, I did that regularly, but on behalf of the current chair, the member for Malpeque, I have the honour today to rise in the House pursuant to Standing Order 34.1. I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages 2 reports of the Canada-U.S. Interparliamentary Group. The first of these reports concerns the U.S. congressional visit held in Washington, D.C., United States of America from March 14th to 16th of 2016. That one is a little old. And as well, there's another one here. The second concerns the 55th annual meeting with members of the U.S. Senate and House of Representatives in Washington, D.C., United States of America from June 20th to the 22nd, 2016. And Mr. Speaker, since this will be the last time that I will have the opportunity to rise in this House in 2017, I wish all of you and all of my constituents Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Presenting reports from committee, the honourable member for Bay of Quinte.
I'm honored to present in both official languages the 8th report of the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs entitled Comparative Study of Services to Veterans in Other Jurisdictions. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year and everybody in the House.
Presenting reports from committees, the honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 11th report of the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development in relation to Bill C-57, an act to amend the Federal Sustainable Development Act. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House with amendments. And Mr. Speaker, I would like to also wish you and my fellow colleagues and all my constituents back home a very Merry Christmas and all the very best in 2018. Thank you.
Presenting reports in committees, from committee, the honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to table in both official languages the 10th report of the Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology entitled Canada's Anti-Spam Legislation.
Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. To all the clerks, analysts, translators, support staff, and especially to Tanya and everyone at Publications, thank you for working so hard to deliver this report before the winter break. I want to wish you all a very Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and a Happy New Year.
Presenting reports from committees, the honourable member for Don Valley West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 15th report of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration entitled Building an Inclusive Canada, Bringing the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act in Step with Modern Values. I'd like to take a moment as well to thank the members of the committee for their diligent work, very good work on this report, as well particularly to Erica, the clerk, to Julie and Madalena, the translators, who worked around the clock this week to have it ready before the House rose. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our dissenting report agrees with the finding that change absolutely must occur in relation to the excessive demand provision. However, it outlines that the committee report was issued with many crucial data points not being considered, that the minister was undertaking a provincial consultation process that provides a parallel policy option as opposed to what is recommended in the report, that a majority of the provinces and territories did not participate in the study, and that the report recommendations only reflect one of two policy options presented at committee.
Presenting reports from committee, the honourable member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 7th report of the Standing Committee on Natural Resources entitled Strategic Electricity Interties. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Mr. Speaker, I would like to say thank you to my fellow committee members who worked so hard to get this report done. In particular, thank you to the staff, the analysts, and the clerk who made this all happen. And I would like to say Merry Christmas to all of my constituents in Etobicoke Lakeshore and to all of my colleagues in this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting reports from committee, the honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 10th and 11th reports of the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics. The 10th report is entitled Protecting Canadians' Privacy at the U.S. Border. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. The 11th report is entitled Certificate of Nomination of Mario Dion to the position of Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and again, we'd like to wish you and your family a very Merry Christmas.
Okay, very good. Presenting reports from committee, the honourable member for Battle River, Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And again, I have the honor to present in both official languages the following 6 reports of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. I'm pleased to be joined by my Vice Chair today, the Honourable Member from Brossard St. Lambert. And these reports are the 34th report entitled Report 2, Custom Duties from the Spring 2017 Reports of the Auditor General of Canada, Part 1. Secondly, the 35th report entitled Report 5, Temporary Foreign Worker Program of the Spring 2017 Report of the Auditor General of Canada. Also, number 36 report entitled Report 1, Management of Fraud Risk of the Spring 2017 Reports of the Auditor General of Canada. As well, the 37th report entitled Special Examination Report, Freshwater Fish Marketing Corporation of the Spring 2017 Report of the Auditor General of Canada. The 38th report entitled Report 6, Civil Aviation Infrastructure in the North of the Spring 2017 Report of the Auditor General of Canada. And finally, the 39th report entitled Special Examination Report, Defence Construction Canada, the Spring 2017 Report of the Auditor General of Canada. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, Mr. Speaker, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to each of these 6 reports. Mr. Speaker, the Standing Committee on Public Accounts has adopted these 6 reports yesterday, all unanimously. And I want to thank, of course, the members and the substitutes to our committee for their great work. These reports represent over 140 pages in each official language that were translated, formatted, and published by a small group of employees of the House who worked diligently in a record time to meet today's deadline. I want to thank all the employees of the Translation Bureau, the Parliamentary Publications, our committee analysts, and the clerk, many other assistants who made this miracle happen. Hear, hear. As well, Mr. Speaker, to all Canadians and to my constituents, and to all members here, I want to wish all a very Merry Christmas from my family to yours, and we hope you all have a very safe holiday and come back in the new year refreshed and ready to do the right thing for all Canadians.
Hear, hear. Introduction of private members' bills. Ms. Rempel, seconded by Mr. Nicholson, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, Bestiality. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Calgary, Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to introduce an act to amend the Criminal Code Bestiality. On June 9, 2016, the Supreme Court ruled that the criminal code provisions around bestiality do not adequately define which sex acts with animals are prohibited. Consequently, the Supreme Court upheld an acquittal of a British Columbia man who was charged with bestiality after compelling the family dog to sexually abuse his daughter. This case makes it obvious that a loophole for sex abusers to avoid conviction exists. This case highlights the need for updated legislation to keep both humans and animals safe. The current law is reflective of an archaic understanding of sex, and this change the bill seeks to make reflects the language of the Supreme Court ruling and frankly is a no-brainer. The Liberals should have introduced legislation to correct this issue immediately after the ruling. Nearly a year and a half later, I hope that tabling this bill today will encourage the Prime Minister to stop dragging his feet and take action to make this common sense change.
Ms. Rempel, seconded by Mr. Nicholson, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted. When shall the bill be read a second time? Sorry.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
I'm sorry, I jumped over there. Now I'll ask the question I was supposed to ask before. When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Mr. Davies, seconded by Mr. Canning, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting the Development of a National Strategy on Student Loan Debt. This motion is deemed and adopted. The honourable member for Vancouver, Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured to rise today to introduce this bill, the Student Debt Relief Act, with great thanks to my seconder, the hardworking member from South Okanagan, West Kootenay. This legislation provides for the development of a national strategy with the objective of reducing student loan debt. Too many Canadian students have been forced to assume a crushing debt load simply to receive an education. According to the Canadian University Survey Consortium, the average Canadian student will now graduate with over $26,000 in debt. This legislation looks to reduce student loan interest rates to prime rate, introduce incentives to complete a degree, including loan forgiveness, and establish rewards for on-time payments of loans, such as the possibility of interest rate reductions. New Democrats believe that every Canadian student who studies hard should be able to access a world-class education without going deeply into debt. So I call on all parliamentarians to work together to make debt-free post-secondary education a reality for all students in Canada.
Mr. Davies, seconded by Mr. Canning, moves that the bill be now read the first time and be printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Mr. Davies, seconded by Ms. Hardcastle, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting the Development of a National Employment Strategy for Persons with Disabilities. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured to rise today to introduce this bill, the Employing Persons with Disabilities Act, again with thanks to my hardworking colleague, the member from Windsor-Tecumseh. This legislation provides for the development of a national employment strategy to increase the economic participation of persons with disabilities. At present, there are over 400,000 working-age Canadians with disabilities who are not working, but whose disability does not prevent them from doing so. Almost half of these potential workers are post-secondary graduates. People with disabilities have a great deal to contribute to our society. We must do more to improve workplace accessibility and promote the participation of people with disabilities in the workforce. This legislation seeks to educate business owners and private sector employers about the potential of persons with disabilities, correct misconceptions that exist about employing persons with disabilities, encourage private sector employers to adopt more inclusive hiring practices, and promote the Opportunities Fund for persons with disabilities. Mr. Speaker, I call on all parliamentarians to support these vital initiatives to have these wonderful, creative, talented people participate fully in our society and economy. Thank you.
Mr. Davies, seconded by Ms. Hardcastle, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi, first reading of this bill.
When will this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
Presenting petitions. Oh, sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just anxious to get out for Christmas here. The first reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Okay. Now we go to presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Banff Airdrie.
Well, thank you. As I table this petition today, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that as part of the October 15th campaign, I had the privilege and opportunity to walk alongside Canadians in support of thousands of families across our country who suffered the loss of an infant. And through events in my home province of Alberta, like Quinn's Legacy Run in Airdrie, or the Baby Steps Walk to Remember in Calgary, Edmonton, and Sherwood Park, or Vaughn's Memorial Colour Run in Cochrane, to events in Saskatoon, like the No Foot Too Small Perinatal Loss Awareness Walk, to events like them all across the country, the lives of that commemorate the lives of children who were taken too soon. So, Mr. Speaker, I table this petition calling on Parliament to walk alongside Canadian families and look for ways to better support parents dealing with pregnancy and infancy loss.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we prepare for the Christmas break, it's important to remember that there will be political prisoners around the world spending this holiday season in prison, people who have committed no crimes, who have simply engaged in practices or beliefs that the government where they are find threatening. And some of these people are Canadians. In particular, today I table a petition drawing attention to the ongoing persecution of Falun Gong practitioners in China. Petitioners note that Falun Gong is a spiritual practice that follows the principles of truth, compassion, forbearance. However, 18 years ago, the Chinese Communist Party started a violent and illegal persecution against Falun Gong. The petitioners highlight this issue and call on the government to take strong action in response to it. I personally had the opportunity to raise the persecution of Falun Gong practitioners with Chinese officials when I was in China 2 weeks ago, and I encourage all members of Parliament to be seized with this issue as well as other violations of fundamental human rights happening in the People's Republic of China and continue to raise them at every opportunity. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to table two petitions. The first petition was initiated by the Canadian Union of Postal Workers and asked the government to remedy a major issue for too many people living in small and rural towns and villages across Canada. Nearly 2 million Canadians lack access to local banking services, but with its existing networks, the petition asks that Canada Post sees itself as being well equipped to fill this service gap. Postal banking could make banking services accessible to all Canadians. The petition is asking Parliament to add postal banking with a mandate for financial inclusion and that the secret study conducted on postal banking by Canada Post be released. And my second petition, Mr. Speaker, that I'm honoured to table is to present a petition on behalf of the Professional Institute of Public Service of Canada. Public servants in the Greater Toronto Area are concerned by Canada Revenue Agency's service modernization initiative that will cause significant disruptions and hardships to many workers. This change has been green-lighted without meaningful consultation and will result in a number of things, including relocation for some, longer commutes, and greater challenges for many employees who need childcare or care for an elderly family member. Forcing public servants to scatter across Canada's largest city to their own detriment contradicts this government's promise to promote a healthy work-life balance for public service workers. I'm proud to present their petition today, and I would like to wish all my colleagues and my constituents, and especially you, Mr. Speaker, happy holidays and happy New Year.
Présentation de pétition devant la...
Sending petitions, the honourable member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present an petition signed by some thousand people who are sorry that people are going to lose their pension fund. The National Assembly of Quebec and unions in Quebec want the federal government to reform the Creditors Arrangements Act so that people who are in retirement can be considered as a priority when businesses are restructured. So I'm very honored to present this petition, and I thank you and all colleagues. Happy holidays. Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present a petition signed by the Vietnamese community of Montreal asking that sea products being imported from Vietnam be monitored carefully because there is a great deal of pollution in the waters off Vietnam. But Vietnam is continuing to export sea products, so we ask the Canadian government to look very carefully at inspecting sea products coming from this part of the world in order to make sure that this is appropriate for consumption by the Canadian public. Presenting petitions.
Lady Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Standing with postal workers, Canadian Union of Postal Workers, and with residents of Nanaimo, Duncan, Ladysmith, and Whitehorse in the Yukon, they all urge the federal government, recognizing that many rural people do not have access to banking services. Nearly 2 million people are without access to banking services and are instead dependent on payday lenders. That the Canadian government add postal banking to Canada Post mandate including a mandate for financial inclusion, and also that the secret study Canada Post conducted on postal banking be made available to the public. We commend the petition to this Parliament. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today with a petition regarding Canada's being an active signatory to the UN Convention Against Torture and Other Cruel and Inhuman Treatment or Punishment, and being signatories of the International Convention on Civil Rights and Political Rights. That being said, there's a petition of 5,000 signatures from across Canada, and they're concerned for the situation of UK citizen Mr. Jagtar Singh Johal. He was abducted forcibly by Punjabi police, and he is receiving poor treatment and has been refused medical treatment as well. We are encouraged through this petition to add our collective voices with our counterparts who are also signatories to the convention so that we have justice and fair treatment for this gentleman. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I rise to table a petition regarding the United Nations Protocol against illicit manufacturing of and trafficking of firearms, which recommends that Canada adopt a system that will ensure that Canada can trace firearms that cross our borders. The petitioners indicate that the RCMP currently successfully traces firearms through the use of the firearms make, model, and serial number, that the serial number contains all the info required to trace the firearms. They also add that Canadians have paid millions invested millions in the development of the firearms reference tables, and that the implementation of firearms marking regulations would impose costly, onerous and unnecessary requirements on manufacturers and importers. The petitioners request the government revise the firearms marking regulations protocol to recognize that the current serial number on imported firearms be used to satisfy the UN's request. Mr. Speaker, the petitioners are from Mindamoya, Spanish, Espanola, Manitowoning, Elliott Lake, Webwood, and 15 other communities in Northern Ontario, as well as for Huntsville. And on that note, Mr. Speaker, I want to wish you and my constituents all the best as we move into the holiday season. Joyeux Noël et bonne année.
Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as many in this House will know, but I don't know how many Canadians are aware, the petition process does not begin with petitioners at the age of 18. Any Canadian citizen can sign a petition, and this is the first time I've had occasion to rise in this House to present a petition prepared by constituents within my riding, but particularly from Salt Spring Island. The youngest petitioner is 11. As a mother, I'm afraid I get choked up at this point. I'm sorry. This is a petition from youth petitioners and those who care deeply about youth. So the oldest petitioner is in their 90s, calling for action on climate change as an intergenerational threat. Petitioners note that the Paris Agreement was agreed to 2 years ago, that the chances of hitting the Paris targets are vanishing, that current government actions are not sufficient to meet the Paris target. These youth call on the House of Commons to ensure that meaningful steps are put in place, and very soon, to ensure that they have a future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Her Majesty's Canadian ship Haida, the fightingest ship in the Royal Canadian Navy, sank more enemy tonnage than any other vessel throughout Canada's entire naval history. HMS Haida served with distinction during the Second World War, the Korean War, and the Cold War, all throughout demonstrating Canadian excellence at sea. I present petition E560, initiated by Patrick White, which asks that HMCS Haida be recommissioned and recognized as the flagship of the Royal Canadian Navy, that it be examined as to the feasibility of including it as a permanent part of the Canadian War Museum, and to task the Royal Canadian Mint to commission a commemorative coin featuring Battle of Vimy Ridge, Billy Bishop, and the HMCS Haida. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, no one should be paid less due to their gender, sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression. And while we have legal equality in Canada, we still have not reached economic equality. I firmly believe in the principle of equal pay for equal work, and I am proud today to present an e-petition calling for equal pay legislation in Canada. Statistics Canada and the United Nations Human Rights reports have both highlighted concerns about pay inequalities between women and men, Specifically, they have found that pay gaps have disproportionate effects on our society's more vulnerable members, including low-income women, racialized women, and Indigenous women. This principle of equal pay for equal work matters to Canadians, Mr. Speaker. It is simply not fair to pay people differently based solely on virtue of their gender. Mr. Speaker, it is my honour to present this e-petition, numbered E1136, initiated by Celine Yagani of Edmonton Centre, asking our government to help ensure equal pay for equal work. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise and present this petition sparked by recent decisions by the Canada Revenue Agency assessing some campgrounds as being too small to qualify for the business deduction, resulting in tax rates that are over 3 times greater than other small businesses in Canada. And it's even greater than some billion-dollar enterprises. Now, Speaker, these decisions have grouped campgrounds in the same category as apartment buildings, mobile home parks, and other full-time residential complexes. Now, if this decision is not reversed, some campground closures are expected. So, therefore, my petitioners here are requesting that Parliament and the Department of Finance ensure that family-run campgrounds are granted active business status similar to other tourism operators such as hotels, motels, and marinas in order for campground operators to be able to claim the small business tax deduction. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Here, here. Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions. C'est suffisant.
That's enough.
Of the order paper, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The following questions will be answered today. Question 1291, question 1294 to question 1296, question 1310, question 1346, and question 1353. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if the government's responses to question 1292, question 1293, question 12972, question 1306, and question 1312 could be made for orders for return, these returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed and so honored, or ordered. Notice of motions for the production of papers. Sorry.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Just finally on the last point.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Yes, finally on the last point, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Notice of motions for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers also be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Consideration at report stage of Bill C-66, an act to establish a procedure for expunging certain historically unjust convictions and to make related amendments to other acts.
I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded division, the government orders will be extended by 8 minutes. Conformément à l'ordre adopté plus tôt aujourd'hui,
Pursuant to the order adopted earlier today, the House will now proceed to the consideration of the third reading stage of Bill C-66, an act to establish a procedure for expunging certain historically unjust convictions and to make related amendments to other acts.
Mr. Goodale, seconded by Mr. O'Regan, moves that Bill C-66, an act to establish a procedure for expunging certain historical unjust convictions and to make related amendments to other acts, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, it is an honour for me today to rise on this particular bill. Today, Canadians who were unjustly convicted because of who they are loved are one step closer to clearing their names and moving on with their lives. They were victims of past federal policies and practices that under no circumstances would hold up in Canada today. They were systematically discriminated against and demeaned, and they spent much of their lives with all of the repercussions of a criminal record, unable in some cases to find work or even to travel with their families. They were made to feel as though they had committed a major crime, and they were made to feel as though their sexual orientation could determine whether or not they had a chance in life. Many tried to fight their convictions and lost. Some waited decades for redress, others nearly half a century, and tragically, some did not live to see this day. Today, we are sending all of them and their loved ones a clear message when we move this legislation forward. Your country is deeply sorry. Your country was wrong, and your country wants to make amends and help your healing process.
Today, I would like to thank all members on both sides of this House for their devotion to advancing this bill. I would also like to thank all of the activists and all those who have fought over the past 50 years and all those who put themselves in danger in order to dare to call for these changes over the past 5 decades.
Mr. Speaker, those impacted will be able to apply to the parole board to have their records officially expunged. We have laid out a process to do so that is straightforward and clear, a process that is respectful. That said, there will always be questions to answer, and I want to be as forthcoming as I can before we move this forward. So I would like to address some of the questions members have raised over the last 2 weeks. First, on costs to applicants. To be clear, there is no application fee. As we have heard at committee, some have noted there will be some applicants who may face costs in tracking down evidence to support their application. Every application will be different. What we can do is ensure the process is straightforward and clear. We have accounted for these issues, Mr. Speaker, by adding a provision that in cases where court or police records are not available, sworn statements may be accepted as evidence. Second, I would like to speak to some of the questions we have heard concerning body house laws. To be clear, body house laws were intended to capture a broad scope of acts deemed immoral at the time. What this particular bill will do is deal with charges under gross indecency, buggery and anal intercourse, which were used under the criminal code to victimize LGBTQ2 people systematically. We've enumerated those in the schedule to make sure we are being precise and clear. Some have raised questions about whether we are simply passing the legislation and then leaving the rest to the LGBTQ2 community. That would be a mischaracterization, Mr. Speaker. Once the bill passes, the government will undertake a proactive outreach process for potential applicants to increase awareness of the initiative, as well as about the criteria and the application process. The government will work closely with federal partners and stakeholders from the LGBTQ2 community to inform those applicants. We will not leave members of the LGBTQ2 community in the dark. We have set aside $4 million over 2 years to implement the process, and I am confident that the process will be sound, efficient, and effective, Mr. Speaker. The parole board, once an application is made, will determine case by case successful applications, and successful applicants will have records of convictions permanently destroyed. The RCMP can then destroy any record of the conviction it has in its custody, and it can direct other federal departments or agencies to do the same. The expungement order will then be communicated to other courts and police forces as appropriate. The bill also provides allows the Parole Board of Canada to refuse to issue expungements in certain circumstances. More information on the application process will be soon available to potential applicants, Mr. Speaker. It will not be long after the bill receives royal assent that the Parole Board can begin accepting applications. The suffering that the LGBTQ2 community has endured will not be forgotten. The government will contribute a minimum of $15 million for projects to record and memorialize the tragedy of past and the hope for the future. That includes a national monument here in Ottawa and an education package concerning discrimination against LGBTQ2 Canadians. I am proud to stand behind the government's efforts to improve life for our LGBTQ2 community, Mr. Speaker. J'invite mes honorables collègues.
I invite my honourable colleagues to help eliminate discrimination and to repair the wrongs done to the LGBTQ2 community by supporting Bill C-66. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
On behalf of the Prime Minister, the House Leader, and all of my colleagues on this side of the House, a very Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to the Speaker and his family, and that includes yours and your family, to all parliamentarians and staff for their hard work, to the clerk and all table officers, to all branches and services of the House administration, and all of the families connected to the Houses of Parliament, all of the loved ones present here today, and those who we remember because they are now in our prayers, no longer to be able to be with us this year. To the Pages, good luck in their exams, and may they have much success in their future endeavors. Feliz Navidad, Bonne Heureuse Année, Joyeux
New Year.
Merry Christmas to you all and to everyone in this place.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've had some constituents contact me about the process by which expungement will occur. So I had one constituent ask if somebody doesn't have if someone has passed away and doesn't have a family member that can advocate for their record to be expunged, is there going to be a process by which somebody else could step in the gap so that there is equality in how the expungement occurs down the road?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I thank the Honourable Member across the way for her support and the work that she has done in her own caucus and on matters related to the LGBTQ community. It is a good question. It is a question we will look into. The provisions right now in the legislation are that family members can apply posthumously on behalf of their family members, and that we will go through that process, and there will be the ability to have sworn affidavits in the case where particular police documents do not exist. I will take the Honourable Member's question to heart and share that with the Minister's Department.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich, Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for Edmonton Centre for his remarks today. I also want to thank the government and the official opposition for cooperating to get this legislation to this point before we rise for Christmas. I do have a concern with the remarks that the Honourable Member made about the use of body house laws and why they're excluded from this bill. Certainly he must be familiar with the history of police raids on public places frequented by gay men, either gay bars or bathhouses, which were defined as places of prostitution when they were not clearly so. And that this was part of police campaigns to persecute gay men for consensual same-sex activity. It seems peculiar to me that he's saying that the government is not willing, and I hope I'm wrong, but I thought he'd say it's not willing to add to the schedule of offences the use of the body house laws, because the Prime Minister included the bathhouse raids and entrapment of gay men in his apology. So it seems peculiar to me that the list of offences currently in the bill is narrower than the apology that the Prime Minister gave. So I'm hopeful the Liberals will correct this, as the bill would allow them to do as soon as it becomes law.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member across the way for his leadership on LGBTQ2 issues and the work that he has done in his caucus to get us to this stage. What is important to understand is that at this stage, the bill is speaking to offences related to butt grease, anal intercourse, and gross indecency. That is a very clear position of our government. We are listening to the community, as we have done for many months and indeed years. We are understanding where the community come from, and I think it's important to say that we understand the devastating consequences that bathhouse raids had on the community. That is why the Prime Minister mentioned the culture of fear and the culture of discrimination that our government was part of creating, and so we take the Honourable Member's comments to heart as well. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Yes, thank you. And I also want to thank the Honourable Member for Edmonton and thank him for his leadership on these issues. But I do have some of the same concerns that my honourable colleague from Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke has raised. And I'm sure the member is familiar with these criticisms. I want to put them to him. That Gary Kinsman, for instance, a professor emeritus of sociology from Laurentian University, who is, as a historian, is noting that the bill doesn't cover what it needs to cover. Specifically, again, body house offences are particularly concerning. I just want to quote what Gary Kinsman said, that this bill, quote, doesn't cover what it needs to cover, and it's also been done without any consultation with people in the LGBTQ two-spirited communities. None of us who are historians and experts on the sexual history of Canada and the sexual regulation of same-sex sexuality have been consulted, close quote. So it's really welcome. I know we're speeding this through before Christmas, and we don't usually like to hesitate in passing something that's in the general direction of righting past injustices. But how does the government propose to deal with the exclusions of really significant offences for which people have records which should be expunged?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the Honourable Member's work in this area and her commitment to human rights. She will understand well that the 2005 Supreme Court decision on Labey took a lot of the teeth that were in the legislation pertaining to body house laws out of the legislation. And what is important to note is the fact that in its current state, there is no jurisprudence that indicates that the current state of the law post-2005 LeBay would violate charter provisions, and so that is something that we are mindful of. What is important to note is this legislation is historical, that the Government of Canada stepping into expungements is something we've never done before, and we take the members' recommendations and comments to heart.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It gives me great pleasure and it's a great privilege and honor to be able to stand in this place and speak on behalf of this bill. Just for those who may be watching and are wondering what we're doing on the last day before we rise for the December adjournment, we're debating Bill C-66, an act to establish a procedure for expunging certain historically unjust convictions and to make related amendments to other acts. This enactment creates a procedure for expunging certain historical unjust convictions and provides for the destruction or removal of the judicial records of those convictions from federal repositories and systems. This enactment provides an application for an expungement order that may be made for respective convictions involving consensual sexual activity between same-sex persons related to the offenses of gross indecency, buggery, and anal intercourse. The enactment provides that the governor and council may add certain offenses to the schedule and establish criteria that must be satisfied for expungement of a conviction to be ordered. So what does that mean? I would like to translate what that means and why this bill is so important to somebody who was a Calgarian. So as a Calgary MP, I just want to take a moment and talk about him, because him and many others are the reason why this legislation needs to occur in the first place. And that, of course, is Everett Clippert. I want to thank Kevin Allen, who is a Calgarian who's been working on an absolutely important work. It's called Calgary Queer History, and he's writing a history of this topic in Calgary. He's been doing it for many years, and he was very helpful in the consultation that I undertook on this particular issue. So this is from him. Despite homosexuality being a criminal offense in 1960s Canada, and Clippert's multiple convictions of gross indecency, he was always frank and truthful in his interactions with the state, even though he paid a severe penalty for that honesty. When Calgary police questioned him about the 18 names in his little black book, which was also his dating record, he confessed to having had homosexual relations with them all. In Pine Point, Northwest Territories, local RCMP brought Clippert in for questioning and threatened him with an arson charge of which he was innocent. Using it as leverage to open Clippert up about his sex life, he already confessed to having had intimate relations with 4 men there. In every court case, he pled guilty. A court psychiatrist reported that Clippert told him his homosexual behavior had existed since the age of 15, that to him homosexual activity was the only satisfactory sexual outlet. He found the thought of heterosexual conduct abhorrent, and he told me that he had never had heterosexual relations. Gay activist and lawyer Douglas Saunders interviewed the incarcerated Clippert in December 1967 in what he described as the fortress-like penitentiary at Prince Albert, Saskatchewan. His unjust treatment gave his convictions a certain resolve. Clippert told Sanders, "If I meet someone on the outside now and he asks me, I'll say, sure, I'm a homosexual. What are you? I'm not going to be ashamed of it anymore." Clippert, who grew up Christian, took comfort in his prison Bible and noted Psalm 22:24 to Saunders, "For he has not despised or scorned the suffering of the afflicted one. He has not hidden his face from him, but has listened to his cry for help." This man shouldn't have been incarcerated. I don't know what more to say than that. And this bill is important because it reverses that. I can't imagine. I read John Ibbotson's piece on him, and he noted how his family was reluctant to talk because he didn't want to have to re-victimize him posthumously. I'm really glad that we're pushing this through the House of Commons because And one of the things that I stand behind in my party, in our policies declaration, is a belief in the equality of all Canadians. It's right there. And if every once in a while as Canadians, we really have to think about what equality means. And I can't imagine, it's a beautiful thing for me to be able to, generations after Mr. Clippert, to think that there's no situation in which my government would persecute me based on who I love or what I do in my personal life. Can you imagine what the people who are subject to this bill had to go through? The stories that I heard when I went through the consultation for the apology were the antithesis of what equality means. It was, I heard from someone whose lesbian partner at that point in time, she was actually physically hauled out of her house for questioning, physically, on allegations of her sexual preference. The fruit machine. We spent, I've had people write into my office and say, oh, the government's spending so much on this apology. Well, we spent a lot of taxpayer dollars back then persecuting people. We spent a lot of taxpayer dollars developing a fruit machine. That is a dark point in Canada's history. That's something that if we are going to actually stand up and talk about equality, there can't be partisan differences, or it just be something that we all accept. And that's why this bill is important. Somebody who had to go through a criminal conviction or suffered unemployment loss or employment loss or anything that gave them a record based on who they love, that's not equal, that's not Canadian, that's a violation of human rights. And if we stand here as Canadians and start talking about how we comport ourselves in international relations when we demand other countries to behave certain ways, we better be getting it right at home, consistently, all the time. And this bill, what it's trying to do in its spirit is a no-brainer. I appreciate my colleagues are bringing up technical points. I know that my colleagues within our party have brought up some technical points too. My colleague across the way acknowledged that this is the first time, I believe, that expungement happened. I think we're in good faith believing that this bill is going to do what it was intended to do. There will be time to hold the government to account on that, certainly. But what I'm very pleased to say, be here today, is to say there's no question that this should happen. And I want to be very clear about that. From the bottom of my heart and from the depth of my soul, if we want to believe in the equality of all Canadians, no Canadian should have a criminal record for loving somebody. It's really as simple as that. So I think it's really cool to be able to stand up and support this bill. And I think it's really cool that this bill has all-party support. And I think it's something that Canada can celebrate internationally. And I encourage anybody who has questions or comportment or concerns about this bill to really have a hard think about the rights that they have as Canadians, to really have a hard think about what it means for them, what equality means for them. Because if we don't make everybody equal, we've lost what it means to be Canadian. And who you love should not be a question of equality or not. There shouldn't be historical or current criminal penalties for that. There shouldn't be discrimination against that. It's just wrong. So, Mr. Speaker, and to all of my colleagues in this House, I think that it's really fantastic and pretty cool that we are debating something of such import and such importance as we rise for Christmas break. Every once in a while, we do something here that resembles work, and because I'm not sure anyone has actually done this in the House of Commons before, I'm going to quote RuPaul. If you can't love yourself, how in the hell are you going to love somebody else? Merry Christmas.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for her heart and her commitment. It is truly an honour as a fellow Albertan to stand in this place and hear those words. To my honourable colleague, I'd like to share that I shared a comment with my caucus colleagues a while back after the Orlando shootings. And what I said is, if you've ever been in public with your loved one and you've never had to pause before grabbing their hand, then you don't know why the gay and lesbian clubs that we have in our country are necessary, because they're safe spaces. And this legislation in the past would have applied to me. I would probably already be in jail 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago. And so to my honourable colleague across the way, my question is, not as a member of Parliament, not as a party boss, but as a citizen of Canada, a great Calgarian, why does this matter so much to the member personally that we continue to focus on the basic equality of all Canadians?
Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
I think it's very simple, Mr. Speaker. Equality is not something that is achieved and that is static. Many Canadians will have grown up blissfully free of any sort of knowledge of what it's like to be persecuted for your beliefs, for who you love, for your gender. But that's not the case in all situations, and those rights, that equality, those freedoms, they're under constant attack. Many people in Canada haven't traveled to some place where those basic rights don't exist and you have to act differently or fear for your safety. And that's the reality, is around the world, this is what we're talking about here. Some of us could be killed even for just talking about this. So the reason why it's so important for Canadians to be unequivocal and unanimous on issues like this is that if we're not unequivocal and unanimous on issues here, we can't change the world. And also at home, there's always more work to do. We're a pluralistic country. We just need to make sure that we never take our rights for granted.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do thank the member for Calgary Nose Hill for her remarks. I think it is important to note the progress that we have made here in Canada when there are still more than 70 countries where it's illegal to be gay and more than 17 jurisdictions where you can be put to death for being a gay man. And I do think just having the bill before us is a marker of progress, but I have to say, in particular, having all party support for this bill, and in particular Conservative Party support for this bill, is a sign of progress. And I want to thank the member for Calgary Nose Hill for her own work in opposing discrimination and promoting acceptance for the LGBTQ2 community. I have to say I'm a little unhappy with her today, since she's stolen from me the ability to be the first one to quote RuPaul in the House of Commons, but I will forgive her for that. And I really don't have a specific question for her, but I just want to acknowledge how far she and many others in her caucus have come, as well as what appears to be a united Liberal Party, and also to thank the member for Saanich Gulf Islands for her support for this bill as well.
Well, member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, the member who just spoke, and I always have trouble pronouncing his writing, which is why I'm not going to do it right now, but my colleague across the way, he asked, why are these bills important? And I spoke about the need to constantly protect human rights. With people like my colleague who just spoke, I know that Canadians will never be without a voice on questioning how we can put things forward. And at the end of the day, as we close Parliament for this session, I think that that's how this place should work, is when legislation is pushed forward, that we have a variety of different voices, being the moral compass of Canadians, the fiscal watchdog of Canadians, and that we're pretty blessed in that the stuff that we argue about here is making our country a lot better one way or the other. And I know it gets heated, but this bill, when it passes, is going to be a milestone, and it's going to be something that I think pushes our country forward in a better way. So, good. good work.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As a gay man, I take particular pride in standing in this House today to speak to Bill C-66. For me, this bill is an important and a necessary part of the apology that was delivered by the Prime Minister in this House just a week ago. In that apology, the Prime Minister acknowledged that governments in Canada have run campaigns of humiliation, intimidation, firings, and persecution of fellow Canadians on the basis of their sexual orientation. This ranged from interrogations to pressure to inform on colleagues to firings from the Public Service, the Foreign Service, the RCMP, and the Canadian Forces, to campaigns by police targeting gay men for consensual same-sex activity. All of this despite the fact that most forms of same-sex activity were legalized in 1969. As a gay man of a certain age, I also take a personal interest in this expungement legislation, in that it was probably more a matter of luck than anything else that I myself wasn't caught in the nets that were cast to capture gay men in public places. Like the 146 men arrested in raids on 2 gay bars in Montreal in 1977, places and a year in Montreal, which I myself am familiar. More than 300 were arrested in raids on 4 bathhouses in Toronto in 1981. And what's important about these 2 events is that both of them sparked public demonstrations for the first time against these campaigns of arrests. More than 2,000 turned out in Montreal, and more than 3,000 turned out in Toronto. And these demonstrations marked the beginning of the organized resistance of the LGBTQ community against these campaigns of oppression. Resistance which has ultimately led to this legislation being before the House today. Correcting some of the injustices resulting from these campaigns is indeed the purpose of Bill C-66, as those subject to these campaigns suffered real consequences. But some of these consequences can never be reversed, especially as many of the resulting charges led to public humiliation when the names of those arrested were released for publication in the media. This at a time when being out wasn't really a thing and was far from being socially acceptable. Those who were convicted found themselves with severe limitations on their ability to retain jobs or to find new jobs if they were fired, as discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation was only outlawed in most jurisdictions in the 1990s, with the notable exception of Quebec, where it took place in 1977, and Manitoba in 1986. A settlement of the class action lawsuit, launched by those who were fired from their federal jobs, and on which agreement in principle was reached only days before the apology, will provide some monetary compensation to those still living who lost jobs. But there are other consequences of convictions resulting from these campaigns against consensual same-sex activity that continue to this day. Those with criminal records remain prohibited from volunteering with vulnerable people, whether that would be serving as a role model for LGBTQ2 youth, as foster parents, or volunteering to serve seniors with dementia. And of course, criminal records often result in severe restrictions on the ability to travel abroad. While I'm glad to see this legislation being dealt with expeditiously in this House, I have to remind my colleagues that many in my community have waited decades for this moment to come. Many never thought we would see this day, and many, in fact, did not live to see this day. Some simply because it's taken too long, and some because having their lives and careers ruined as a result of those campaigns led them to take their own lives. In 1992, NDP MP Sven Robinson raised the question of the gay purges with the Conservative Prime Minister Mulroney, and the Prime Minister responded that if, in quotation marks, if these campaigns had occurred, they would have constituted human rights violations and should have been investigated. But 25 years ago, nothing came of this. Activists within the LGBTQ community first made formal demands for an apology in 1998, nearly a decade ago, but the Liberal government of the day did not respond. In 2014, longtime NDP Member of Parliament and first out lesbian in this House, Libby Davies, introduced a motion calling for an apology. Also in 2014, NDP MP Philip Toon introduced a bill to get rid of these unjust criminal records. So when you look at how the LGBTQ2 community has pursued an apology and has pursued expungement of criminal records for 25 years, the words fast and expeditiously need to be used sparingly when it comes to Parliament acknowledging the unjust treatment of the community and responding appropriately. Nevertheless, I take the apology very seriously, and I hope it will be a springboard for action
not just to redress previous wrongs, but to launch efforts to remove ongoing discrimination against my community, including ending the gay blood ban, fully implementing Bill C-16 to bring about equal treatment for transgender and gender-variant Canadians, and making sure that the concerns of two-spirited Canadians are addressed whenever reconciliation is on the table. At this point, I should restate the NDP position on this bill, and that is that this bill should go forward quickly, as there are ways within the bill itself to deal with the concerns that have been raised since it was tabled. It's unfortunate that the community and the many researchers and activists who've been working on this issue were not consulted in the drafting. Those like Gary Kinsman and Patricia Gentili, who you can actually say wrote the book on this when they published their book, The Canadian War on Queers, in 2010. For some reason, the Liberal government was determined to keep consultations on redress separate and apart from consultations on the apology itself. Now, turning to the contents of Bill C-66, there is, of course, one big omission in this bill. It excludes bawdy house offences from the list of offences for which one can apply for expungement. Never mind that raids on gay bars and bathhouses, as I just mentioned, were key parts of the campaign of persecution against gay men. It's a curious omission from the list for which you can seek expungement when the Prime Minister himself clearly labelled use of bawdy house provisions against the LGBTQ community as discriminatory and specifically included both bathhouse raids and entrapment by the police in his apology. So it seems wrong that the list of offences in this bill is narrower than the apology delivered by the Prime Minister. Then, of course, you might ask, why am I arguing this bill ought to go forward with this gap in it? Well, Section 23 of the bill itself allows Cabinet to add offences to the schedule by order in Council. So I trust the Liberal government will consider these issues that have been raised and discussed here today and will fully implement the apology after the bill passes by adding bawdy house offences to the schedule. And New Democrats will be here to remind them if they should forget or dawdle. Some of us have expressed concern that offences added later would have lesser status and could be easily removed by a future government. Let me point to testimony by officials in the Public Safety Committee Monday, reassuring us that once offences are in the schedule, it would require legislative action to remove them. On the question of making sure that there are no obstacles to LGBTQ citizens being able to use the expungement process, again we heard reassurance from the Public Safety, Justice, and Parole Board officials. First and foremost was the confirmation that we had again here today that there will be no fee to apply for expungement. Second, there was assurance from the Parole Board that the application process will remain, quote, simplified, and that staff will be made available to help citizens file their applications so that they will not be required to retain legal counsel in order to do so. Another concern is the question of what would constitute proof of consent for offences which are often quite old and are convictions for offences for which the question of consent was not germane to the conviction. So this bill says it has to have been consensual sex. Again, officials assured the Public Safety Committee that dealing with this question is the purpose of Section 7, subsection 3 of the bill. This allows sworn statements where records and therefore evidence on the question of consent are not available. Further, the government's charter statement on Bill C-66, which was tabled yesterday, very clearly says the following, quote, pursuant to Sections 12 and 13, the Board must expunge if there is no evidence that the applicable criteria are not satisfied, end quote. With regard to the age of consent provisions, officials again pointed out that the laddering provisions, in effect, at the time of any conviction, allowing exemptions for those who were close in age would still apply to the expungement. Mr. Speaker, I stand here today as a proud member of the LGBTQ2 community and a proud member of a House of Commons which has acknowledged the historical campaigns of persecution against my community, apologized for those injustices, and with this bill has begun the process of redress that will complete the apology. My community waited decades for this acknowledgement and apology, and so I'm glad we've moved quickly on this bill, even if we were very late at getting to the starting line. Let me stress once again my hope and the hope of my community that the apology will mark a turning point and a springboard, not just for action to address the historical injustices, but a springboard for action to remove ongoing discrimination. Members of the LGBTQ2 community who were the subjects of campaigns of persecution should not have to wait longer to see the formal parts of these injustices undone. We've come a long ways, but there's still more work to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Honourable Member for his work on behalf of LGBTQ2 Canadians, and I would like to ask him a question about the process. As he knows, an applicant will identify as someone who has been given a criminal record that is historically unjust. They may be members of the public service, they may be military service members prosecuted under the National Offence Act, and the schedule of eligible offences for BLC 66 accounts for both. And then these applicants will then gather available evidence and apply free of charge directly to the parole board. Family members or another appropriate representative may apply on behalf of a deceased individual. I would like to know his comments on those provisions in the bill, and on a personal nature, how in the future, after his long advocacy on these matters, he will reflect on the latter 2 months of 2017 in this place.
The Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Well, I thank the member for Edmonton Centre for his question. After our committee hearings, I do have confidence that the government has produced a bill that intends to make this process as accessible as possible. And I was reassured with the comments from the parole board about the assistance that they will offer to members in order to file the applications for expungement. I have to say there's a couple more things that have to happen along with this, and one of those is we have to take care of the revision of service records for those who were in the military who received discharges which were less than fully honorable or dishonorable discharges. And that's not really covered by this bill, but it's very closely related. And the second part is that while there's agreement in principle in the class action lawsuit, we have to press forward and make sure that that class action lawsuit is settled to the satisfaction of those plaintiffs.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was away on Foreign Affairs Committee business at the time of the apology, so I do want to take this opportunity to associate myself with the words of our leader at that time and the sentiments expressed in the House. If I could ask my colleague to comment on some of the international dimension of LGBT issues right now. He has highlighted during his remarks, in fact, the international situation, the ongoing terrible persecution in certain countries around the world. And of course, we have had some discussion in this place about the issue of LGBT refugees. Some concerns have been expressed by advocates recently of a possible lack of specialized training by visa officers, of some funding uncertainty. We need to recognize the fact that when it comes to refugees, there are communities who are particularly vulnerable, be they religious minorities, the LGBT community, and we need to make sure that we have a sensitivity to identifying those areas of particular vulnerability. So I wonder if the member has a comment on where we're at on that and where we can go going forward.
Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
I thank the honourable member for his question because it is an important question, and it's one I've been pursuing the government on since they got elected, because the government made the statement that LGBTQ refugees would get a high priority. But they haven't, in most cases, done the things that are necessary to make that a reality. So there are difficulties in accessing our refugee system. There are difficulties with the settlement process for those who have this special need. Why do we take special measures? Everybody said everyone should be treated equally, and the government tends to respond, we're treating them equally. Well, because they're at higher risk than other people, and because there are very few places in the world which accept queer refugees and where they can resettle safely. And Mr. Speaker, if you'll indulge me just for a second, as it's probably the last time I'll be on my feet, I would like to add my words of thanks to the staff of the House of Commons, to the speakers, to the table staff, to the pages, the security staff, all of those who make our work here possible, and to the staff in all of our members' offices, both here in Ottawa and our constituencies, and to wish all of them and all of you a happy holiday season.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Merci aussi à mes collègues, les députés de Edmonton Centre, les députés de Calgary, Nose Hill, Esquimalt, Saanich.
I'd like to thank my colleagues, the members who have spoken. We are here today I forgot the word in French. we hear. Thank you.
Historic apology to the LGBTQ community, two-spirited community, the queer community, and the trans community was extremely moving. It was powerful, and today, with Bill C-66, the intent is to provide tangible reparations, the expungement of criminal records for crimes that we would no longer regard as anything but an historical shame for Canada to have treated our fellow brothers and sisters and citizens in this way. This bill is flawed. I think that the many historians who've been referenced already, and I'll just mention how grateful I was to learn so much from the positions put forward by Professor from Carleton, Patricia Gentile, from York University, Tom Hooper, from Laurentian, I've already mentioned Professor Gary Kinsman, Steve Maynard from Queen's University, historians who've looked at the really troubling, disturbing, and horrific record, and I think our colleague from Calgary, Nose Hill, spoke very emotionally and personally about how it affected her to get to know more of what occurred. I certainly know that in meeting with my constituents about their treatment in the Canadian military and actually being jailed, these are stories that we find virtually impossible to believe. We think now, and fortunately we do have for the most part an enlightened society, it is, I think, extraordinarily important that we could meet today with unanimous consent to ensure that Bill C-66 passes. But I know I do so with some misgivings because of the flaws in the bill that have been brought to our attention since it was originally tabled. I also take comfort from the assurances from government members, particularly for the Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre, who bears a particular responsibility on behalf of the Prime Minister to be responsible for championing issues that relate to the LGBTQ, two-spirit, trans community. I think it's enormously important that that designation has occurred and that we have a consensus in this place. I just want to add that the wrongs that were done don't pass from our minds easily. I remember, it's one of those things that sticks with you. When I was a very small child, I don't remember why it was that I got into a conversation with my mother about same-sex couples and why some people thought it was wrong. So this would have been, relatively speaking, a long time ago, because I now find myself something of an elder in this place, being over 60. I think I was about 6, and talking to my mom about friends who were gay and beginning to understand that these people, that gay friends were once discriminated against and sometimes still were. And my mother told me the story of one of the people she loved best in her music program. My mom was a pianist, and she knew a brilliant young pianist, one of the most gifted of her generation in her school, who took his own life because he was not allowed to live the life of a gay man. And he felt suicide was his only choice. It grieves me to this day to think about that musician who cut his life short, who was one of my mom's contemporaries. But it did educate me a bit. I remember the horror I found in beginning to love and read Oscar Wilde. I still love and read Oscar Wilde. And the thought that that brilliant man died in prison, disgraced, for whom he loved. These things we tend to push out of our minds when we quote Oscar Wilde when he was funny, which he was virtually all the time. Brilliant, witty, jailed and disgraced. So many cultures have now moved through this, but we recognize that the discrimination, in fact, the targeting for eradication of gay men in Chechnya has now been exposed by journalists. We saw the Canadian Foundation for Journalist Free Expression give their award this year to the brave reporter who broke that story. So around the world, I think Canadians are standing up. It was only Lithuania and Canada, by the way, that were willing to offer refuge to gay men from Chechnya so that they could escape being targeted and murdered. This is now. This is what's happening around the world now. So there's a lot more work to be done. But to redress the past wrongs that were done in Canada, This bill will be watched closely. I thank my honourable colleague for Esquimalt Saanich Zook for committing that he and his party will keep an eagle eye on this. I'll do my best from the Green Party caucus of one to keep an eye on this, that we want to make sure that criminal records from body houses, from offences that aren't listed, that military records of dishonourable discharges, that all of these historical wrongs that remain on a person's record in Canada are removed. And I thank my honourable colleagues on the government side for their commitment. It's based on that that I think we could move to unanimous consent today to expedite this bill. I did look for something from Oscar Wilde to share that wasn't witty, that spoke to the issue, because I don't quote RuPaul. I'm just too old for this. But Oscar Wilde said, "Keep love in your heart. A life without it is like a sunless garden in which the flowers have died." Keeping love in our hearts is why we redress past wrongs. Keeping love in our hearts is why it matters that we redress the past wrongs of treatment of Indigenous peoples, and why, after a century and a half of discrimination and racist policies against Indigenous peoples, they're prepared to still talk to us. It is an enormous tribute to the human spirit that the will for justice can flourish between and among the past oppressors and the past oppressed, especially when this is recent history. So with that, and thinking of love, I know that short of questions and answers, this will be the last time that I address this House in 2017. And to all my friends and colleagues, and you are all friends, I want to say from the bottom of my heart that I hope you enjoy time with your families between now and when we resume late in January, that if you celebrate Christmas, you have a merry and blessed Christmas with the arrival of our Lord and Savior in that small manger in Bethlehem, and that if you're experiencing Hanukkah, we're about to light a menorah down the way. I wish everyone a happy Hanukkah. And if you celebrate other religions or no religions, celebrate the time that Canada as a whole comes to a lovely pause. Things slow down. Statutory holidays alone give us a chance to be with those we love. And we should turn our hearts and our minds, particularly at this time of year, to those who are alone at Christmas, who are experiencing the inability to put a meal on the table. Take some time to donate to those good causes in all of our communities that ensure that there's a meal being served and that the homeless are welcomed to warmth, and that all of us reflect the enormous blessings of our lives at this time through sharing with all those who are without. Thank you. Merry Christmas. God bless you.
Before we go to questions, it's my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd, Ethics. The Honourable Member for Regina Louvain, Public Service and Procurement. L'Honorable Député.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot, Employment Insurance.
I believe we have a point of order. The Honourable Member for... I know the Brassal part, it's the rest of it that is... Brassal, c'est Laurent.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to revert to presenting reports from committees. We had a last-minute effort from the production people, and I have a report from...
Do we have unanimous consent in the House? Yes. Great Christmas spirit. We have unanimous consent.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 40th report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts entitled Report of a Special Exam of the Museum of Nature. And pursuant to the standing order, the committee asks that the government table its answer to the report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to everyone, and Merry Christmas to everyone.
In comments. Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
We have some paperwork coming. Yes. Very good. Pursuant to order made earlier today, Bill C-66, an act to establish a procedure for expunging certain historically unjust convictions and to make related amendments to other acts, is deemed read a third time and passed.
Third reading of this bill, troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I suspect if you were to canvass the House, you would find unanimous consent to call it 5:38 at this time so that we can begin private members' hour.
Do we have unanimous consent of the House to see the clock as 5:38? I believe we have it. The House will now the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
First business, consideration at second reading of Bill C-374, an act to amend the Historic Site and Monuments Act, composition of the board, in the name of Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag, seconded by Mr. Badaway, moves that Bill C-374, an act to amend the Historic Sites and Monuments Act, composition and boards, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development. Debate. The Honourable Member for Cloverdale-Langley City.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honour to rise in the House today to speak about my private member's bill, Bill C-374, an act to amend the Historic Sites and Monuments Act, composition of the board. I'd like to begin by recognizing that we're on the traditional territory of the Algonquin people. As we all recognize, acknowledging traditional territories is a small but meaningful way to promote reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. Bill C-374 would amend Section 4D of the Historic Sites and Monuments Act to include 3 new Indigenous representatives on the Historic Sites and Monuments Board of Canada, or the HSMBC, one each for First Nations, Métis, and Inuit. While Section 4D of the Historic Sites and Monuments Act currently provides for 1 representative from each province and territory, and while there is an Indigenous Affairs and Cultural Affairs Directorate from Parks Canada, there is no formal representation of Indigenous peoples, organizations, or governments on the board. Bill C-374 would address this by implementing the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's Call to Action number 79-1, which calls upon the federal government to amend the Historic Sites and Monuments Act to include First Nations, Inuit, and Métis representation on the Historic Sites and Monuments Board of Canada and its Secretariat. This change is crucial to continue breaking down the walls of exclusion which have historically existed between the federal government and Indigenous peoples in Canada. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, no relationship is more important to our government and to Canadians than the one with Indigenous peoples. We have been clear that we're committed to a renewed relationship based on recognition of rights, mutual respect, cooperation, and partnership. It is critical we recognize that the journey towards true reconciliation is far from over, and that we can and must do more in repairing our relationships with Indigenous peoples. Our government has been clear in our support for the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action, and indeed made progress on 41 of them. Bill C-374 and the inclusion of Indigenous persons on the Historic Sites and Monuments Board of Canada presents an opportunity for all members in this House to continue this important work. The Historic Sites and Monuments Board of Canada plays a fundamental role in the ways in which we recognize historical persons, places, and events in Canada. It evaluates applications for designating National Historic Places, heritage railway stations, and heritage lighthouses. The Historic Sites and Monuments Act grants the Historic Sites and Monuments Board of Canada the power to do the following: receive and consider recommendations respecting the marking or commemoration of historic places, the establishment of historic museums and the administration and preservation and maintenance of historic places and museums, and shall advise the Minister in carrying out his powers under this Act. The Board has the mandate to advise the Minister of Environment on the designation of National Historic Sites, heritage railway stations, heritage railway lighthouses, persons of national significance, and events of national significance. Today, Canada's network of national heritage designations encompasses nearly 1,000 sites, 650 persons, and 400 events. My home province of British Columbia has 94 designated sites, 40 events, and 52 persons of national significance. Through these designations, we are able to deepen our understanding of the past, able to appreciate the present, and able to create a better future. Reconciliation involves a similar process linking past, present, and future. To forge a new relationship with Indigenous peoples based on mutual respect and recognition, we must first critically re-examine Canada's history and how that history influences our modern reality. The changes proposed in Bill 374 address a specific aspect of reconciliation, the designation and commemoration of historic places, persons, and events. The Government of Canada is committed to achieving reconciliation with Indigenous peoples based on the recognition of rights and through mutual respect, cooperation, and partnership. Senator Murray Sinclair put the issue poignantly. Reconciliation is not just an Aboriginal issue, it is a Canadian one. It involves every one of us. Mr. Speaker, I am hopeful that members on both sides of this House will join me in supporting Bill C-374 and help advance reconciliation with Indigenous peoples in Canada. I'm proud of the progress that our government has made and continues to make in advancing reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. Our government took the unprecedented move of dismantling the paternalistic and colonist approach to Indigenous affairs, creating two new federal departments, Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs, and Indigenous Services. We recognize that a new relationship required new structures. Further, we have committed to a new integrated approach to Jordan's Principle, resulting in 1,500 additional children now receiving care. We committed full support of and commitment to fully implement the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. We launched a national inquiry on missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, and we developed bilateral mechanisms with Indigenous organizations to develop policy on shared priorities. This last point, new bilateral mechanisms, is one that I would like to highlight in particular as it reflects our government's commitment to new ways of engaging with Indigenous peoples, as well as ensure their voices are represented in government decision-making processes. That is why this bill is so important, Mr. Speaker, because it ensures that the voices of Indigenous persons are given a voice at the highest decision-making levels of the Historic Sites and Monuments Board of Canada. How can we expect to accurately commemorate our heritage spaces if we lack the voices of First Peoples of this land? The need for inclusion of Indigenous voices in commemorating our past was highlighted through the recent work of the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainability, a committee on which I participate. As members in this place will know, our committee recently tabled a study on the state of heritage preservation in Canada entitled Preserving Canada's Heritage, the Foundation for Tomorrow. The Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development believes the federal government needs to take stronger action to preserve Canada's historic places. During our study, we heard from numerous witnesses. During his appearance before the committee, Mr. Rai Moran, Director of the National Centre for Truth and Reconciliation, reminded the committee about the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's recommendations regarding the protection and conservation of Indigenous heritage in Canada. Mr. Moran expressed particular concern about the state and of conservation of the 17 remaining residential schools if nothing is done to preserve them. He explained to the community that some Indigenous communities want to preserve these residential schools as evidence of history. However, he said it is easier to obtain funding to demolish these schools. Mr. Moran noted that Indigenous communities want to be able to choose whether they preserve or demolish these buildings. Moreover, he emphasized the need to commemorate the places where demolished residential schools once stood, as the Truth and Reconciliation Commission recommended. The committee heard that the inclusion of Indigenous people is a priority and a necessity for the heritage community, that today's heritage organizations, departments, and agencies are ill-equipped to protect and preserve Indigenous heritage, that Indigenous people must be involved in defining, designating, commemorating, and preserving their heritage, and that Indigenous communities, governments, and organizations want to have a voice and a place for their people to have a voice in heritage conservation. Ms. Joelle Montmagny, Vice President of Indigenous Affairs and Cultural Heritage Directorate with the Parks Canada Agency, commented, "We have started engaging with the National Centre for Truth and Reconciliation, for instance, specifically on Call to Action 79.3, the aspects of commemorating the legacy of residential schools. We're looking at how we're going to implement that. There's also, as you know, under 79, the appointment of members of the board, Indigenous members, Métis, First Nations, and Inuit. We're working on that, and that will be done in consultation with Indigenous groups. There's also the other section of 79 in relation to reviewing our policies, protocols, and practices to make sure we are inclusive of Indigenous perspectives and voices of the board. Bill C-374 directly supports this work by Parks Canada by creating the legislative framework to implement Call to Action 79.1. Mr. Christophe Rivet, President of ICOMOS Canada, also provided testimony to the recent study. He noted, "I will certainly not pretend to speak on behalf of Indigenous people. I will share some of the echoes of what we've heard, and we have Indigenous people on our board of directors. What we see is that Canada is not equipped to deal with protecting things that are important to our Indigenous people. It does so through certain legislation, but there are some big challenges. One of them is the protection of cultural landscapes, another is the protection of archaeological sites. These are significant shortcomings in thinking about how to, for example, implement the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. This is something we are noticing, and this is why our committee is looking at it as a priority. We felt ill-equipped to respect, express, and protect the world vision of many Indigenous communities." Returning to Mr. Moran's testimony, he further noted that there is an exceptionally important conversation that we're going to have here, and not only in regard to heritage. What I'll be presenting strikes at the very heart of our national identity, what we choose to remember, what we choose to forget, and the essential requirement asked of us as Canadians to preserve and remember a history that is deeply troubling. This has been deeply damaging and will continue to affect this country for generations to come. Central within the calls to action are a number of calls related directly to commemoration. Those commemoration calls relate directly to the creation or establishment of a national memory and our ongoing need as a country to make sure we continue to shine light into the darkest corners of our history. And we know there's broad support for implementing those calls to action. Karen Aird, President, and Madeline Redfern, Director of the Indigenous Heritage Circle, also provided testimony. They noted that they feel at this time of reconciliation, this time when we see a new change in government, there's a need for people to start thinking differently about heritage and moving it beyond built heritage and thinking how Indigenous people perceive it and how we want to protect it. We do have our own mechanisms. We do have our own methods and approaches to protecting and interpreting heritage, and we feel it's really time for Indigenous people to have a voice in this. There's a need for a voice and a place for people to have a voice. Ms. Lisa Prosper provided testimony indicating that the apparatus we have in place, not just us, it's the heritage apparatus, is born out of a particular trajectory and is, in my opinion, ill-equipped to currently address the context of Indigenous cultural heritage. She noted she would say the broad objective should be to get to a place where the Indigenous community sees themselves reflected back to them in what is recognized as Canadian heritage. The immediate steps are to work within existing frameworks. If the Historic Sites and Monuments Board is the vehicle by which this can happen, and then therefore the recognition of important sites to commemorate, if you want, a sort of backlog of potential sites for commemoration is a possibility, and some sort of recognition of the residential school system and various other elements that are out there. Mr. Speaker, prior to working in politics, I was a long-time worker with Parks Canada and had the opportunity to manage a number of National Historic Sites. I was also involved with the commemorations program. And there are some examples. One that I turn to is UQuad. It's an amazing site on the west coast of Vancouver Island, and it was commemorated first in 1923 as Friendly Cove, and it was designated as a place discovered by James Cook in March of 1778. Well, UQuad, or Friendly Cove is the heart of the Moashat and Mushalat community from the beginning of time, really the heart of their social, political, and economic world. And so in 1985, through lobbying of the Moashat Mushalat community, the Historic Sites and Monuments Board revisited that commemoration and commemorated it for actually what it is, the heart of the Moashat Mushalat nation, and the point where first contact with Europeans happened. This is the kind of voice that an Indigenous perspective can bring to these very important conversations. Mr. Speaker, I'll say that Parks Canada works with 300 plus Indigenous partners and communities on the conservation, restoration, and presentation of natural and cultural spaces. All of these accomplishments reflect progress made in Canada's relationships with Indigenous peoples. Despite these facts, Canada's network of historic designations reflects a rather narrow view of the past. For millennia, Indigenous people thrived in this land. They farmed and fished and hunted. They established vast trade networks and celebrated their heritage. Reconciliation involves a multifaceted, deliberate, and ongoing process. Many call it a journey. Along the way, we must acknowledge the wrongs of the past, learn more about the diversity of our history, and work together to implement Indigenous rights. As it stands today, Canada's historic designation system is outdated. Many past designations, along with the board's composition, are rooted in this country's colonial history. We should celebrate Canada's entire past. We should tell a broader, more inclusive, and more accurate story. This is an issue that impacts all Canadians, and we have a unique opportunity for members of this House of Commons to come together and advance the process of reconciliation. To that end, I am asking my honourable colleagues to support Bill C-374. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Niagara Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To you, my colleague. This bill is a direct implementation of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's call to action number 79-1, which calls upon the federal government to amend the Historic Sites and Monuments Act to include First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. With that, Mr. Speaker, does the member find that this will in fact break down the walls of exclusion which have historically existed between the federal government and Indigenous peoples in Canada and move more towards a culture of resurgence?
For Cloverdale, Langley City.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. And absolutely, it's a step in the direction of reconciliation and breaking down those walls of exclusion. This is one small step. It is, as I noted, Call to Action 79-1. And it is a way of recognizing that right now the commemorations program excludes the voices of our Indigenous communities. And until we have representation there, we will continue to have those barriers to full inclusion. And that's why I feel this bill is so important to have the structure of the board changed to accommodate officially a member from a First Nation, from a representative of First Nation, Métis, and Inuit, and that will help us move forward in reconciliation.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague across the floor for introducing this bill into the House. We sat together on the Standing Committee for the Environment. This was certainly one of the recommendations, but I'd like to give the member an opportunity to talk about, maybe just pick 2 or 3 of the other really important recommendations that came out of the report, which was tabled in the House within the last week or so.
The honourable member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Okay, well, I'd like to thank my colleague from across the way for his excellent work and many contributions to the study that we just had on built heritage. We did talk within the committee about many ways of advancing the reconciliation aspects, the move forward with our Indigenous communities, the implementation of Recommendation 79, or Call to Action 79-1, which my private member's bill covers, was one of those very clearly. There is a greater need, though, to engage with the Indigenous communities about what heritage means. We heard very compelling testimony that the Indigenous communities look at heritage in a different way than in the westernized world. And so we need to have many other discussions with the Indigenous communities across the country about heritage and how we can actually capture that in the mechanisms. And I would encourage all of the members of this House to read the report, because there's some excellent work, particularly on moving forward on commemorating Indigenous history in this country.
Questions and comments? We have time for a very quick question. The honourable member for Saskatoon, Grasswood.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank our member from Cloverdale and Langley City. Under private members' business, and it states there is a constitutional requirement that bills proposing the expenditure of public funds must be accompanied by a royal recommendation. and I'm wondering if this member has followed through in this.
Member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my the member from across the way, for his comment. There are discussions with the government about ways that we can add the members to the board. The ruling on royal recommendation is not required until after committee stage, and there are some possibilities to deal with a specific issue at the committee stage. So discussions are ongoing, and I'm hopeful we'll find a resolution to allow this to proceed, because it is a very important step in the steps and move towards reconciliation.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise and speak in support of my colleague from Cloverdale, Langley Cities, the Bill C-374. This piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker, seeks to amend the Historic Sites and Monuments Act. This bill addresses a call to action, number 79 from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's report. So it reads, commemoration, we call upon the federal government, in collaboration with survivors, Aboriginal organizations, the arts community, to develop a reconciliation framework for Canadian heritage and commemoration. This would include, but not to be limited to, number one, amending the Historic Sites and Monuments Act to include First Nations, Inuit, and Métis representation on the Historic Sites and Monuments Board of Canada and its Secretariat. There are two further recommendations under this commemoration heading. However, these are not discussed, Mr. Speaker, in this bill. Mr. Speaker, prior to being assigned to the Indigenous and Northern Affairs Committee, I was a member of the Heritage Committee for a year and a half. While the majority of the Heritage meetings were dedicated to a media study and the impact of the digital technology is having on the print media and other media in this country, and this included Indigenous publications and broadcasting. There were also 4 meetings concerning the state of Canadian museums, and it was a very, very interesting meeting. So my experience on the Indigenous and Northern Affairs Committee has been really limited to the land claims and the response of Indigenous communities, including those in Saskatchewan, to the wildfires this past year, but has also given me some insight in how the communities work. I believe both the experiences have served me very well from the Heritage and the Indigenous Affairs in addressing the merits of this bill before us. The mandate of the Historic Sites and Monuments Board of Canada is to advise the Government of Canada through the Minister of the Environment on the commemoration of nationally significant aspects of Canada's history. Now, following a thorough evaluation process and recommendation by the Board, the Minister declares the site, the event, or person of national historic significance. In addition to handling designations of national significance, the Board provides advice on the other related laws and programs. Now, the Board is comprised of a representative from each province and territory with appointments of up to 5 years with the possibility of additional terms. There is also a librarian and an archivist of Canada, an officer of the Canadian Museum of History, and the Vice President of Parks Canada Heritage Conservation, who acts as the board's secretary. Presently, quorum sits at 10. In my home province of Saskatchewan, well, we have many national historic sites, some of which are actually in my own backyard. A very good example is the Wanuskewin Heritage Park, located just north of my city of Saskatoon. I have walked the land of Wanuskewin many times. It is 240 hectares. There are 19 sites that represent the active and historical society of the Northern Plains people. 6,000 years ago, Indigenous peoples from across the Northern Plains gathered here to hunt bison and gather food and herbs and to escape the winter winds. The story, though, of Wanuskewin is just beginning, actually, to be uncovered. Along the trail of discovery, you will find from the University of Saskatchewan hard at work at the excavation site at Wanuskewin, These sites provide clues to daily existence of early peoples. The park also provides unique experiences such as teepee camping. Always looking forward, the management board of this park of Wanuskewin has launched a $40 million fundraising campaign called Thundering Ahead. They have nearly reached their goal in a very short time. I am so proud of these people on the board of Wanuskewin Heritage Park in my city. $40 million. Think of that. In a very short time, they are fundraising in this country. The renewal plan includes reintroducing interactive exhibit galleries, improving educational offerings, expanding and renovating the facility, and introducing a herd of plains bison. All of this is being done with a view to become a UNESCO World Heritage Site. We don't have any in Saskatchewan. This would be the very first. It is a lofty goal, but it's very exciting to see bison herd back on these plains. Now, none of this would be happening if the Historic Sites and Monuments Board had not proclaimed Wanuskewin a National Historic Site. Another National Historic Site in my province, Mr. Speaker, is our legislative buildings in the capital city of Regina. According to Parks Canada Directory of Heritage Designation website, key elements that express the heritage value of this site include the cultural landscape of the legislative building within the grounds and is centered on Wascana Lake, its fine exterior masonry of Tyndall sandstone, the high quality of its materials included in the stone, the marbles and wood, all carved with the great skill by the craftsmen brought in for their expertise. The stone carving within the facades of the shields and the stone carvings of the allegorical figures of settlers and Aboriginal people, along with the wheat sheafs and its garlands. Its original layout in the public spaces, such as the grand staircase, the sky-lit rotunda under the dome, and the library, the galleries, and the legislative chamber with the fine finishes featuring the marble, the oak, the carved limestone detailing. If any of the description bears a passing resemblance to where we sit today, it is because both the House of Commons, after the fire of 1916, and the Saskatchewan legislature were built by the same Montreal company, Peter Lyle and Sons Construction Company, and the fine craftsmen that he employed both here in Ottawa and in Regina, the capital of Saskatchewan. If you haven't been there, the Saskatchewan Legislative Building is truly a beautiful building, Mr. Speaker, and I would encourage anyone to take a tour of it when you're in our provincial capital of Regina. Now to the matters at hand. Mr. Speaker, this is a wonderful resource available to our members of Parliament. It's called the House of Commons Procedure and Practice. I've used it many times, and especially when I sponsor my own private member's bill, C-241. Sadly, though, it was unsuccessful. I mentioned here before that under the heading of private members' business, it states there is a constitutional requirement that bills proposing the expenditure of public funds must be accompanied by a royal recommendation, which can only be obtained from the government and presented by a minister. A private member may introduce a public bill containing provisions requiring the expenditure of public funds, provided that a royal recommendation is obtained by a minister before the bill is read the third time and passed. Now, because of Bill C-374 would require additional expenditures for the Historic Sites and Monuments Board to cover the expenses of 3 additional members. I wonder how this can be achieved even from a member of the governing party. Is there a plan in place to acquire the royal recommendation before the third reading, Mr. Speaker? I will leave that to my colleague from Cloverdale, Langley City, to answer during the question and answer period. I would like to suggest also an alternative to the plan, as the bill seeks to do without the need of royal recommendation, a trip to the committee and then to the Senate, all of which takes a great deal of time, as we know in this House. The alternative would be simple, mean an amendment to the composition of the board membership by including the requirement that 3 of the 13 provincial and territorial members be First Nations, be Inuit, and Métis. This could be done in relatively short order. In fact, Mr. Speaker, there's 2 vacancies on the board right now, one in the province of Quebec and the other one in the territories of the Yukon. I believe a third will become vacant next month in January. So again, Mr. Speaker, I do not know if the author of Bill C-374 has given this alternative any thought. I see my time has come up, and I just want to say thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to also wish you and your family Merry Christmas, and all those in the House as we take a break heading into this month and, of course, January. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to congratulate my friend across the floor, the member for Cloverdale, Langley City, for bringing this legislation to the House of Commons. The member and I both sat on the Standing Committee on the Environment, and for the past 3 months we have been studying heritage issues, and our final report from that committee was recently tabled here in the House. The committee found many concerns, including a lack of attention paid to Canada's archaeological sites, limited support for the owners of heritage buildings, inconsistencies with how the federal government protects the heritage buildings that it owns, and critically, there is currently no federal legislation to protect UNESCO World Heritage Sites in Canada. But of all the witness testimony we heard, perhaps the most surprising and certainly the most moving came from representatives of Indigenous groups. Mr. Rai Moran, Director of the National Centre for Truth and Reconciliation, told the committee about the neglected legacy of Canada's residential school system. We do not have a program for preserving the residential schools, he told us, nor have we considered how to commemorate the schools that still stand or the ones that have been torn down. In my riding of Kootenay, Columbia, the St. Eugene Mission School in Cranbrook was transformed by the Ktunaxa Nation into a successful hotel, casino, and golf course resort. But it also contains photos from its days as a residential school, and Ktunaxa guides provide tours to keep the history alive. As Mr. Moran told the committee, St. Eugene is a rare exception, and in fact, while the federal government offers funding to tear down residential schools, it offers nothing to commemorate them. Mr. Moran also told us about the residential school graveyards. As we know, thousands of the children forced into schools never return home, and their whereabouts are unknown to this day. But the schools buried many of those children, and there are at least 400 cemetery locations across the country. Many of them are forgotten and neglected. It may surprise members in this House to learn that when I was a young child, my brother Greg and I attended a residential school in Chesterfield Inlet, about 500 kilometers north of Churchill on Hudson's Bay. The residential school and the Hudson's Bay store was located on one side of the inlet, and our home was located on the other. Mr. Speaker, we got to go home every night, but my classmates, as young as 5 years old, did not. They got to go home at Christmas, and they got to go home in the summertime. And even as a young child, I knew that not being able to go home when you're only 5 years old was wrong. My sympathy for those kids back then extends to my heartfelt feelings today. We must commemorate the residential schools so that we never forget a past that must never be repeated. The committee also heard from 2 representatives of the Indigenous Heritage Circle, Ms. Karen Aird, the president, and Ms. Madeleine Redfern, a director. They pointed out something that I don't believe the committee members were aware of. Many of us consider heritage to refer to things like buildings and sites, but Indigenous heritage may include intangibles like laws, stories, and oral histories. It may mean a sacred place or certain artifacts. When we met with one of the chiefs in Jasper, he said something that really stayed with me. He said, you know, the good Lord didn't give us a written language, so our story is written on the land. We can still find it today. Ms. Aird said, we feel that in this time of reconciliation, this time when we see a new change in government, there's a need for people to start thinking differently about heritage and moving it beyond built heritage and thinking about how Indigenous people perceive it and how we want to protect it. We do have our own mechanisms. We do have our own methods and approaches to protecting and interpreting heritage, and we feel it's really time now for Indigenous people to have a voice in this. Canadians saw an example of the lack of understanding of Indigenous heritage and spirituality recently when the Supreme Court of Canada ruled that the Jumbo Glacier in my riding of Kootenay, Columbia, would not be protected from the development of a large ski resort. Jumbo Glacier is known as Gatmuk, and it is a sacred place for the Ktunaxa Nation, who knows it as the home to the grizzly bear spirit. The court ruled that a specific site or object of beliefs could not be protected. And as a result, this important spiritual place where the grizzly bear spirit has been honored for hundreds or even thousands of years by the Ktunaxa is now at risk of being destroyed. How can we solve these issues? What changes must we make both to our thinking and to our procedures? The Truth and Reconciliation Commission offered some solutions in its call to actions. As Mr. Moran said, central within those calls to action are a number of calls related directly to commemoration. Those commemoration calls relate directly to the creation or establishment of a national memory and our ongoing need as a country to make sure we continue to shine light into the darkest corners of our history. And call to action number 79 reads, we call upon the federal government in collaboration with survivors, Aboriginal organization, and the arts community to develop a reconciliation framework for Canadian heritage and commemoration. This would include but not be limited to, number one, amending the Historic Sites and Monuments Act to include First Nations, Inuit, and Métis representation on the Historic Sites and Monuments Board of Canada and its Secretariat, which is exactly what is accomplished by Bill C-374. Number two, revising the policies, criteria, and practices of the National Program of Historical Commemoration to integrate Indigenous history, heritage values, and memory practices into Canada's national heritage and history. And three, developing and implementing a national heritage plan and strategy for commemorating residential school sites, the history and legacy of residential schools, and the contributions of Aboriginal peoples to Canada's history. Bill C-374 responds directly to call to action number 79, Part 1. The bill will increase the number of members of the Historic Sites and Monuments Board of Canada, and it will provide dedicated spaces for First Nations, Inuit, and Métis representatives on the board. It also provides the necessary financial accommodation for the additional members. We know this bill does not address all of the sections of Call 79, but it begins in the right place, which is ensuring there is representation on the board so that decisions about Indigenous heritage include Indigenous decision makers. When the Truth and Reconciliation Commission first released its report in June of 2015, the NDP leader at the time said, "Today our country is trying to turn the page on the many dark years and to move forward towards a better future for all peoples." Today we have the opportunity to take one step forward towards honoring the actions listed by the Commission, and in doing so, we honor the past and those who suffered under this terrible past called the residential school system. I am proud to support Bill 374 and to have the NDP members in this House join me in that support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I also would like to take the opportunity to wish Merry Christmas to all of those in the House here that celebrate, and back home in Kootenay, Columbia, and across Canada, and best wishes to all for a happy holiday season. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for St. Boniface, Saint-Vital.
Mr. Speaker, Monsieur le Président, thank you for this opportunity to stand and speak in support of Bill C-374, an act to amend the Historical Sites and Monuments Act. Before I begin, it is important to acknowledge that we are gathered here on traditional Algonquin territory. As my honourable colleagues are aware, acknowledging the traditional territories of Indigenous peoples represents a small but a very significant step in reconciliation with Canada's First Peoples. My remarks today address another opportunity to advance reconciliation by ensuring that Indigenous peoples contribute meaningfully and openly to decisions about the designation of historic places, persons, and events. Bill C-374 proposes to add dedicated First Nations, Inuit, and Métis representation on the Historic Sites and Monuments Boards of Canada. Il ne fait aucun doute que les
Indigenous peoples have played a central role in the history of our country. Indigenous peoples developed economic relations, cultural and political relations through their trails, through navigable waters that we still use today. In 1536, members of the Jacques Cartier team would have died if it hadn't been for the remedies of the Hurons. Tecumseh allowed Great Britain to push back American invaders during the 1812 war.
Historic events, persons, and sites are directly linked to Indigenous peoples, but we know we can do more to recognize the full depth and the full breadth of Indigenous history and the significant contributions of Indigenous peoples. While relatively few Canadians may be familiar with the Historical Sites and Monuments Boards of Canada, almost all Canadians are familiar with at least one event, one person, or one site that carries a national historic significance. Since 1919, the board has served as an expert advisory body to the Government of Canada on historical matters. The board considers whether a person, event, or place has a nationally significant impact on or illustrates an important aspect of Canadian history. Their recommendations have inspired the Government of Canada to formally recognize nearly 1,000 sites, 650 persons, and 400 events. The board's recommendations help shape our national identity. National historic designations are of profound importance to Canadians. They enable us to connect with our past and with our people, places and events that help shape our country. They encourage us to appreciate and understand our rich and diverse heritage. They tell their own unique history, contributing a sense of time, identity, and place to our understanding of who we are and how we came to be Canada. They are necessary to the greater story of our great country and to our understanding of Canada as a whole. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, the sad truth is that Indigenous peoples left a very strong imprint on our culture. However, their contribution is not well known and not known well enough by anyone. There are many people who go kayaking, go canoeing, and in the winter there are many people who like to go on trails on snowshoes. We use toboggans. These are all Indigenous inventions. A significant number of sports in Canada date back to Indigenous peoples like bobsled, for example, lacrosse. It is high time that we celebrate the several contributions that Indigenous peoples have made to our heritage. We have to acknowledge the history of all Indigenous peoples who have been living in this country forever. The success of our country is linked to our ability to acknowledge the historical roots of our country, that is to say, the Indigenous peoples who have lived here forever.
So they should take part directly in decisions having to do with commemorating our history and also to promote reconciliation.
Reconciliation Commission of Canada stated this plainly in What Have We Learned? Principles of Truth and Reconciliation. To quote from this report, too many Canadians still do not know the history of Aboriginal peoples. Their contributions to Canada are understand that by virtue of the historical and modern treaties negotiated by our government, that we are all treaty people. History plays an important role in reconciliation. To build for the future, Canadians must look to and learn from the past. Bill C-374 responds directly to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's Call to Actions report. The report called on Canada to amend the Historic Sites and Monuments Act to include First Nations, to include Inuit, and to include Métis representation on the Historical Sites and Monuments Board of Canada. The board works closely with Parks Canada, and Parks Canada already prioritizes reconciliation with Indigenous people through a number of strategies. The agency incorporates Indigenous knowledge into its conservation and restoration programs and promotes events and experiences involving Indigenous people and cultures across national parks and national historic sites. Through this work, Parks Canada provides Canadians and visitors alike with opportunities to appreciate the role that Indigenous peoples have played in our history. Mr. Speaker, the truth is that Indigenous histories and cultures go far beyond canoes and herbal medicines. It is time for Canadians to open their hearts and minds to learn more about the history of this great land. The voices of Indigenous peoples must be heard. Canadians take great pride in our heritage programs. They are cornerstones in the promotion of our collective national identity. Furthermore, Canadians are determined to continue on the journey towards reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. Surely it is time that Indigenous peoples played a more direct and meaningful role in the decisions about historical designations. Thank you. Merci. Miigwech.
The honourable member, l'honorable député de Richmond-Arthabasca.
The honourable member for Richmond-Arthabasca. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like, first of all, to say I have heard from survivors who shared their testimony during various consultation hearings within the Commission on Reconciliation and also the Commission on Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls. This is helping to create the basis for real dialogue. We all have a lot to learn. We are particularly conscious of our responsibilities as parliamentarian. I am feeling especially responsible, and I feel I understand my responsibilities within this historic attempt at reconciliation. This would have to do with the membership of the board, the Historic Sites and Monuments Act board. This would help them to include Indigenous people, First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. This would help to increase reconciliation. We ask the government to provide with the government a framework for work within the reconciliation initiative. There should also be commemorative activities. This framework would include, first, an amendment to the Historic Sites and Monuments Act to increase the number of members and provide for First Nations, Inuit, and Métis representation on the board. The political, social, and cultural commitment of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis is crucial to developing historic sites and monuments. Any government, all governments, should make sure that these communities can participate without obstacles or discrimination, and this measure is a step in the right direction. We can no longer claim that we can determine what is historical without including one of the founding peoples. The first hearings of the National Investigation into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls, there was in Quebec yesterday about 50 families expressed with great courage what had happened to them, and we have to respond to this courage. The reconciliation process will take time, and we'll have to make concrete actions. But it will also need our very sincere listening to them and trying to understand them. We have to become more aware in order to understand better. And this is why we want to build a reciprocal relationship between our peoples and our nations. This process of reconciliation, I think, is something we have to initiate for future generations to remedy, to make reparations, and to improve things. Prime Minister Harper recognized that residential schools had profound, lasting repercussions on the culture, heritage, and well-being of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. And Prime Minister Harper created the Reconciliation Board, the Reconciliation Committee. About 150,000 Indigenous people were placed in religious residential schools who had an absolutely shameful conduct toward these children. 12 residential schools funded by the federal government were in Quebec. According to studies, at least 3,000 Indigenous people, at least 3,000 Indigenous children died in these residential schools. Others were assaulted sexually. The federal government at the time decreased the capacity of former students to raise their own children, and this influenced future generations. Various witnesses talked about this cultural genocide. And at this time, we've also heard about the continuing tragedy of Indigenous women and girls who have either been murdered or are missing. They have a far greater risk of dealing with violence than other women and girls in Canada. In 2015, a quarter of those women who were murdered were Indigenous. As Michel Audette, who was the commissioner at the investigation, this inquiry means more than statistics, he said. These are women who had dreams, whose dreams were broken by a lack of a social response. End quote. Now we have to respond by reconciliation, and once we've acknowledged all the abuses, we'll have to rebuild bridges, make reparations, and we know that the healing process will be long and sustained. But at least we're starting in the process. And now in the future, we will not be able to talk about historic sites and monuments without taking into account the opinion of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. We're also acting on behalf of future generations. We have a duty to educate Canadians. We have to look and teach people about the impact of these abuses. These abuses came from attitudes and from the belief that you could treat others in a different way. We have to look at the impact and the repercussions of our political decisions that were taken in this Parliament. This is how false beliefs start. It comes from a lack of education. But we want to make sure that future generations of Canadians are more aware of the harms of colonization and the abuses of the past. Mr. Speaker, it is absolutely necessary to have reconciliation. We also have an opportunity to open a new chapter in our country's history. It's also the opportunity to prove that Canada is a prosperous democracy and a just democracy. This new chapter will help us to build a new relationship of reciprocity, something that will be rich and meaningful. Now, this will mean a sustained effort and also material resources. If we don't act as well as speak, all efforts will be in vain. We should never forget. We have the opportunity to reinvent this relationship and have a healthy, flourishing relationship and to pass this on to our children and grandchildren. And Mr. Speaker, the challenge is great, but let us rise to the occasion and help to share the buried wounds of things we wanted to relegate to the past. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for having given me the privilege to speak to this very important issue. Thank you.
Honorable député de Yukon.
The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Le Président,
And just before I start, as being the end of the session before the holidays, I too would like to add my best wishes to everyone for a wonderful Christmas and New Year, and thank all Canadians for their generosity. Everyone at some time in their life has difficult situations, and Canadians are very, very, very generous, have been this season, in helping to increase that magic so that everyone, even those in need, experience it. And I just encourage all Canadians not to stop now. There's still lots of needs before Christmas and Hanukkah, etc. So I want to talk about this wonderful bill. It's an excellent example of reconciliation that everyone in this House wants to promote. And I want to talk about two things. One is the material, why it's so important to have Indigenous people on a historic site, because you might miss things without them. And the first thing I want to talk about is materials. As an example, when Europeans came a few hundred years ago, and I would like to say, talking about frequency of the sites, that there's far more opportunities for sites because the Indigenous people have been here more than 10,000 years longer than Europeans. So there's all those years to create historical sites. So if they have a vast majority of more sites, of course you would want to make sure they had good representation, a government-to-government representation, a specific spot on the boards to ensure, over and above other spots, which could also be Indigenous, that was recognized. So an example, for instance, is in the north part of the Yukon, you'd see some driftwood lying around. It would look like driftwood to any of us, but those are historic caribou fences. Were set up to guide the caribou to spots where they could be hunted. Another example, see, the Europeans used materials that would last, cement, etc., not natural, but where the First Nations people, Indigenous peoples, used the land, used natural materials, which are not as easy to distinguish. So for fish traps made out of perhaps willows, you wouldn't know necessarily what that was, or a bush camp that they used to live in at 40 below. You wouldn't necessarily know what that is if you had a non-Indigenous person on the board, and they're much harder to detect because they're part of nature, and they always were part of nature. There's a number of battle sites that, once again, non-Indigenous people would have no idea where these might be, and you would have to go to the site to even have a good ability to find it. So I want to talk about, as I talked about the frequency of these sites, there's far more frequency possibility because of this plus 10,000 years of people living here. And some of the things that people not, for instance, in my area alone, just one of the ridings in the country, there's just 6 Indigenous languages: Tlingit, Southern Shoshone, Northern Shoshone, Gwich'in, Kaska, and Han, and maybe a little bit more. So it shows the bountiful people that lived in this land. There's a map, I think, in this month's National Geographic that shows the languages of all the First Nation and Indigenous languages of Canada, and it's so dense right across the country. You can imagine how many historic sites they must have. What people might not think of that weren't Indigenous in my riding, for instance, we just had the 75th anniversary of the Alaska Highway. Well, it was First Nation guides that they followed their trails and they showed the Army where to build that highway. There was also Tlingit traders. When the gold rush came, people might think that was the first, but of course people had lived there for 1,000 years, 10,000 years ago in the Bluefish Caves in the Yukon, for instance. And that Tlingits from the coast had the grease, what they called the grease trails, the Ulukan trails, to bring Ulukan oil into the center of the Yukon. Non-Indigenous historians would think the gold rush, the Chilkoot Trail, the White Pass Trail, that the gold rushers came in were just that was the first start. But those were the First Nation trails from since time immemorial, where they traded into the interior and had interactions, both positive and conflicts with the Indigenous people in the whole trading system, the whole economic system in the interior. And the people, another item that people wouldn't know about necessarily was there was a volcano, I think roughly 1,100 years ago, that white ash is, if you dig beneath the surface in most of the Yukon, you'll see this white ash layer. And a whole new culture came into part of the Yukon at that time, where it changed from atlatl weapons to bow and arrow. And all these are things that only the Indigenous people might draw us to. Another item of Indigenous history in the Yukon is you have these tar sites where there was caribou dung on a pile on the hill, and people might not know what that was if they didn't have the appropriate education. These were discovered only a few years ago, actually. And of course, in the summer, the caribou have to get away from the bugs, and they go on these ice patches in the mountains, which last all summer. And people from thousands of years ago hunted the caribou on those sites, and now they're finding weapons, historical weapons, from those sites where those patches are. Once again, there's such a prevalence of sites from Aboriginal people all across Canada, from the hundreds of different First Nations, and people often think, well, if they come from Europe, they might think they're all the same. But like, as I said, there's 14 separate First Nations just in my area, one riding of the country. So you can imagine how many First Nations there are across Canada, how much history, how many historic sites where you need their interpretation, where you need the wisdom of, 1 minute, thank you, Mr. Speaker, of the elders. And fortunately, they had an oral history, so that these records are in the minds of the people, and that's why it's very important for governments now, and I think we all agree to that this oral history is an important part of the scientific record of Canada, of the historic record of Canada, and that's why it's so important that this motion prepares spots for Inuit, Métis, and First Nation person on the board, so that far more of these sites will be recognized and recorded for our very important history of our nation.
The honourable member for Yukon will have 2.5 minutes remaining in his speech when the House next delves into this subject. The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired. Et l'ordre est reporté au bas de...
And falls to the bottom of the order paper.
In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So you'd think we'd have a chance to skip on adjournment proceedings, but I'm actually glad we get to be here for this last moment, this last chance I get to again raise a question I had raised on November 24th. I raised 2 questions that I didn't get a satisfactory answer, so I'm hoping today will be different. I'm hoping today on this last day there'll be a Christmas miracle, and I will get an answer to my questions. At the time, I had posed a riddle to you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll just read it back because it seems to have been quite popular with the members of the press gallery. So, it was a riddle. We're exempt from tax hikes of the everyday sort. You won't find us in the parliamentary disclosure report. And I asked, what are we? Why, we're the finance minister's private holdings, of course. And at the time, I didn't get a satisfactory answer. I got kind of an evasion, a pretty standard response that I'm used to in the House at this point, especially from that particular minister. But I wonder, it's still a continuing questions on, the personal finances of the minister. And it's not a personal, attack on him. It's just what we're wondering is, are the decisions the finance minister is taking, are those in the best interests of all Canadians? Good question. Do they make sense? Are they in the interest long-term for future Canadians that will come to this House someday, perhaps as newly minted members of Parliament, for the seats that we are stewarding on their behalf? It's one of those questions. I ask this also because we have a record that we're looking at, a record of attacks on small business, that we saw a partial retreat from it today. We have, workforce participation numbers. Statistics Canada keeps reporting workforce participation is falling year after year. Starting in 2015, it's actually accelerated a little bit. Half of the reduction in the unemployment rate is not due to new jobs being created by the private sector. It's actually due to people dropping out of the workforce. We have a $20 billion deficit in this fiscal year, compounded by nearly a $30 billion deficit in the previous year, $113 billion that we expect in the next 4 years or so. So in the first mandate, the government will have added immense amounts of debt. And we're just wondering, how is the finance minister making decisions? Are they actually in the best interest of Canadians, or in the best interest of perhaps a smaller, more elite group of Canadians that he has specifically selected? So to the parliamentary secretary of the government's choosing who will answer my question, what is actually in the private holdings of the Minister of Finance? Will they reveal it, and will they let the House be the judge of whether he has been making decisions truly for the benefit of Canadians? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We appreciate the question, even though somewhat not very factual. Mr. Speaker, I think it's important to recognize that the Minister of Finance, like each and every other member, we assume, of this chamber, has in fact been very transparent with our Commissioner. All assets were provided to the Commissioner, and at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, what we have seen is an attack of character and a character assassination of sorts coming from a joint opposition party. Anything and everything the Minister of Finance has done over the last couple of years, the opposition has spoken out against it. And even in the question that he was putting forward to me currently, Mr. Speaker, he made reference to a number of issues. He talked, for example, about the numbers and jobs. On the one hand, he tries to give a false impression that the job numbers are not healthy, when in fact, in the last 2 years, we have seen the creation of a net increase of 400,000 plus jobs. I'd compare those type of numbers to the Harper government any day. Canadians understand and appreciate, I believe, the value of the good decisions that this Minister of Finance has put into place, whether it's the middle-class tax break, whether it's the Canada Child Benefit enhancement, whether it's the Guaranteed Income Supplement enhancement, or even the small business shot that the member across the way talked about. Does he not realize that, effective very, very soon, we are going to see small businesses in every region, all small businesses, 100% actually getting a tax decrease, Mr. Speaker. So these are the types of things in reality that are actually happening. And no matter how it is the Conservative Party attempts to put their spin on the issues, our Minister of Finance has done an outstanding job. And like all other members, Mr. Speaker, what you will find is that we have a Minister of Finance that has been reporting all of his assets to the Commissioner, the Ethics Commissioner, and that is expected of all members, Mr. Speaker. And I think that we need to have confidence in the Commissioner, Mary Dawson, and the fine work that she has done, Mr. Speaker. She is the office, or she leads the office that is truly independent. As opposed to Canadians trying to listen to what the opposition parties have to say, I would highly recommend that we let the office of the Commissioner of Ethics do the job that they're supposed to be doing, and they have been doing. And at the end of the day, I believe we will all be better off, because earlier today, I had one interview where it indicated that it's not just one side in which the Commissioner looks at. You will find that there are members on both sides, even New Democrats and Conservatives, that the Mary Dawson has looked into. Not just Liberals, but members on both sides of the House. And we respect the fact that, as an independent agent of this Parliament, that the work that she does is of great contribution to society as a whole, or Canada as a whole. And we continue to move forward today for Canada's middle class, those aspiring to be a part of it, and taking the actions that are necessary to give strength to our economy, to expand the economy in all of the different regions of Canada, whether it's through tax reductions, investments in infrastructure, and so on and so on and so on. So much more. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad the member brought up the commissioner of an ethics commissioner who actually fined the Minister of Finance $200, a nominal amount for a transgression of his. I have a Yiddish proverb, you know, every answer can result in a new question. So this is my second question now, and I want to preface it with a quote from Anthony Furry, something that he tweeted. He says, "Don't be fooled. The Minister of Finance still claims here that he followed all the rules, but the Conflict of Interest Act says you either divest or use a blind trust. The option he employed, a numbered company, is not one of those two." And so then, obviously, questions come from there. The answer received from the other side is not satisfactory. They imply all the time, and they say it, fully, that every question we ask is character assassination automatically. That seems to be the default position of the Liberal government. Well, it's simply not. This is a place of accountability. Every question we ask in this House is to find out more from the government on what they're doing. So my question to the parliamentary secretaries, any one of them, is basically this. What are in the private holdings of the Minister of Finance?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, given that this will likely be my last comments of the year of 2017, first let me offer seasoned greetings to each and every one of them, and especially emphasize on the fine work that our Hansard people do. They don't have any choice but to listen to the things we say, and at times I do say quite a bit. So, Mr. Speaker, I look across the way and I say to my colleagues that the Minister of Finance has done an outstanding job in the short 2 years that we have been in government, and he is in full compliance with what and working with and meeting with Mary Dawson and the Commissioner and made himself available to meet with, to discuss different issues, to try to give the impression that the Minister is somehow outside of the law is a false impression. The Minister of Finance, much like members on both of this sides of the House, I like to think, does due diligence and fine work in representing their constituents. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we adjourn for the holidays, the Phoenix pay system has become the Grinch who stole Christmas for far too many of our public servants. It's a basic expectation of any employer to pay his or her employees correctly and on time. Now, the Phoenix pay system has not only created huge problems for the payment of federal employees, those payment problems have also created tax problems, and that's something to contemplate as we near the end of this year. Difficulties with record keeping have also deprived many federal public servants of benefits to which they should be entitled, and the nervousness about making any kind of change to payroll deductions has deterred many from enrolling for charitable contributions from their payrolls. So we see that Phoenix has had a negative effect not only on the pay of public servants, but on many other people and groups as well. So, Mr. Speaker, in recognition of the severity of this crisis, in yesterday's question period, no fewer than 8 New Democratic MPs rose to ask questions about Phoenix. We're making this issue a priority, Mr. Speaker. We also saw the Phoenix pay system come up in today's question period in an exchange in which the Prime Minister was trying to blame the former Conservative government for Phoenix, and the Leader of the Opposition was trying to blame the Liberal government. And at one level, I did appreciate that this was almost the closest to a debate that I've perhaps seen during question period since being elected, so I enjoyed the back and forth, but ultimately, the Liberals and the Conservatives trying to blame each other isn't a solution to the problem. So, Mr. Speaker, what are the solutions to the Phoenix pay system? Well, fundamentally, we need to rebuild and reestablish a publicly administered payroll system. In the meantime, I have suggested that the government should empower members of Parliament with tools to help constituents who come to our constituency offices with Phoenix problems. One of the great frustrations that members from all parties have is that there's very little we can do for constituents who come forward with these type of difficulties. If someone comes in with a problem to do with immigration or employment insurance benefits, there are hotlines that our staff can call to actually get answers, to get information about that individual's case. There's no such hotline for the Phoenix pay system. About 8 months ago, I suggested establishing one, and at that time, the Parliamentary Secretary for Public Services and Procurement seemed to feel that it was a good and constructive idea. More recently, when I followed up about this suggestion in a previous adjournment debate, the response was more that there's already a triage system and that we wouldn't want to allow people to jump the queue by going to their MP office. But of course, Mr. Speaker, that's not the logic that we would apply to immigration and to employment insurance. In those areas, we accept that MPs have a responsibility to serve our constituents, and indeed that constituency offices serve as 338 points of contact across the country to improve the delivery of public services. So, Mr. Speaker, I do want to again ask the Parliamentary Secretary about this possibility of establishing a Phoenix hotline so that members of Parliament have some tools in 2018 to help our constituents with Phoenix problems. Thank you.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I begin, let me offer to you, as it is my last occasion, almost certainly, in 2017, offer to you and your family, as well as to all of the staff over which you have supervision here in the House of Commons, and those who serve all members so well and dedicate themselves so entirely to the good functioning of this place. Let me wish them a happy holiday, as I do to my honourable colleague, with whom I've had the pleasure of exchanging many constructive comments with respect to the Phoenix pay system. Mr. Speaker, we make no bones about the fact that the Phoenix pay system is a major public administration challenge. We make no bones about the fact that we've had to essentially rebuild a capacity that was yanked from the Government of Canada by our predecessors, 700 specialists, people that had spent careers learning about collective agreements, pay rules, and the administration of compensation in the public service. These people were no longer available to us and no longer available to implement the new system, breaking almost every rule of business transformation and IT transformation that exists. So what we've had to do with absolute single-mindedness since the beginning of our mandate is to rebuild this capacity, and I think our track record demonstrates that we, the former member from Bureau and Trinity and the former Minister of Public Services and Procurement initially opened satellite pay centers to ensure that capacity remained close to where public servants worked, and these have continued to grow and develop across the country. Miramichi has seen major investments of human and technological resources, and we'll see the opening probably before we meet again here in the House of Commons of a brand new pay centre early in the new year. And so we've taken these major investments, and we are rebuilding the public capability to execute public, the responsibility to execute public servants' pay. So we have very much kept in mind the need to have in-house, and this is in response to my honourable friend, but also to those members of our public service labour partners, the public service unions, who have made this point continuously, that we need to rebuild capacity of all kinds inside the public service, whether it be technological or compensation or others. So I think we have a demonstrated track record. And I don't think for a minute that my friend believes that there's any difference between his or mine, or for that matter, any public employees motivation to solve the problems with respect to the Phoenix pay system. Je veux rassurer.
At the end of this year, I'd like to reassure my constituents in Gatineau, just as I want to reassure the constituents of all the members in this House, that we are working hard, we are working diligently, we are investing all the resources possible, and we know that we are putting the patience of our public servants to the test. We are putting all the tools at our disposal, making them available to public servants, and we are fully committed to fixing Phoenix. And in the new year, I think that we'll have some good news for the members.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Parliamentary Secretary concluded by looking to the new year, and indeed, as we do look to 2018, I want to briefly ask him about another aspect of the public services and procurement portfolio. The Liberal government was elected promising to restore door-to-door mail service. And so far, mail delivery has not been restored in communities that lost it under the former Conservative government. And indeed, Canadians have observed community mailboxes cropping up in neighborhoods that currently have door-to-door delivery. When the Minister of Public Services and Procurement appeared before the Government Operations Committee on November 28th, I asked her whether the government would respond to our committee's report on the future of Canada Post before Parliament rose for Christmas. She said that yes, the government would respond before now. Mr. Speaker, Parliament has just adjourned for the holidays, and the government has still not responded to our report on the future of Canada Post. So I'm wondering if the Parliamentary Secretary is in a position to provide that response in his final minute, or at least can tell us when that response will be forthcoming. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, we take our role very seriously and our responsibility as well to Canadians to provide a response with regard to our future orientations for Canada Post. We are aware of the commitments that we have made and the commitments that we have respected in terms of postal service across the country. I know that Canadians hold this service very dear. They tell us that it's important. So indeed, the Minister will, before the end of this year, be able to provide us with a response, and she'll be able to lay out a strategy with regard to the future orientations of Canada Post before the end of the year, and we will respect our commitments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Saint-Cyr-Saint-Bagot.
Mr. Speaker, on the 2nd of October, I rose in the House to put a question on unemployment insurance. During their election campaign, the Liberals made many promises about employment insurance. One of their promises was about the spring gap, but the problem still has not been dealt with. They've made many promises, but seasonal workers still are without an income. It is an urgent matter, but the Liberal government has still found no solution to assist those families who are in a precarious situation because of their lack of action. More than 16,000 seasonal workers are dealing with this problem, and 40% of them are Quebecers. Most of those seasonal workers will still see their employment insurance benefits end before they return to work. And sometimes this gap lasts up to 4 months. These people are just numbers, Mr. Speaker. These people are experiencing enormous stress, and they are afraid they won't be able to feed their families. What is the hardest to understand is that this crisis wasn't new. Unemployment in these areas is leading to a tightening up of the rules. So this gap is getting longer and longer. For example, in the area of Restigouche-Albert in New Brunswick, where unemployment has gone down, workers now have to have up to 490 hours of work to be eligible for their benefits, whereas before they had to work 420 hours to be entitled to those same number of weeks. Oftentimes, people have to wait for their work to start up again from season to season. Imagine if you had to go for 21 weeks without any income. That's impossible. And the worst thing is that the Liberals continue to blame the Conservatives when this crisis actually is the direct consequence of steps and measures taken by the Liberals in 1995. It's since then that unemployment levels are part of the criteria, actually, for eligibility. Today, this government persists in saying that the solution is to wait for an increase in the unemployment rate. Decreasing unemployment should be good news. But in this case, actually, it makes the situation worse for seasonal workers. But that's not the only broken promise on the part of the Liberals when it comes to employment insurance benefits. The Prime Minister himself promised in December 2016 that he would quickly act in order to extend the benefits period for unemployment insurance. Well, nothing has happened, and more than a third of beneficiaries are suffering. That makes no sense. The current criteria make no sense, especially when these workers are dealing with serious health issues. You can't expect ill people to fight for the benefits they have a right to, especially when they are under financial stress. Employment insurance is important for everyone, Mr. Speaker, including those who are ill and including seasonal workers. When will the government finally do everything necessary to fix employment insurance so that all Canadian men and women receive the benefits they have a right to? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Social Development. Thank you for the question from my colleague for the NDP.
In 2015, our government has faced two overarching challenges. First, we've been working very hard to implement our own agenda of real change that helps middle-class Canadians and to help those people who are working very hard to join the middle class attain the job and the status they need to be able to provide for their families and themselves. But at the same time, we've also faced a second challenge, which is to reverse and fix the disastrous changes that were put in place, let's face it, by the previous government. While we see these two challenges play out across the whole of government with this question, I feel like the member from Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte has highlighted an area where we've been working especially hard to meet the needs of Canadians who need it most. While our employment insurance system has long been one of the core pillars of our social safety net for all communities, the fact is, under the previous government, changes that were long overdue and long required were left undone. Rather than ensuring EI gave Canadians the flexibility they needed during challenging times, they generally ignored the system and just hoped for the best. C'est pourquoi, depuis...
That is why, since we have come into power, we are trying very hard to ensure that employment insurance meets the needs of Canadians by providing them with benefits throughout the country. We've reduced the wait period, and therefore we have alleviated the burden on beneficiaries in order to better meet their needs. $650 million have been provided additionally to families. We also made changes to help workers. We've made it easier to access programs, and we have removed certain requirements for workers so that these workers can join the labor market again.
Pronunciation is still evading me at times, but I will struggle on and continue. We introduced a more flexible working while on claim pilot project that helps certain claimants stay connected with the labor market and helps them to earn extra income while they're on the claim between work sessions. Just a few weeks ago, we introduced new, more flexible EI benefits that help new mothers and parents spend more time with their families and help Canadians take care of their loved ones during difficult times. In her question, the member from Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot talked about seasonal workers and EI in the great province of New Brunswick. The reality, of course, is that this challenge goes simply beyond one single province and encompasses some very important sectors of the Canadian economy from coast to coast to coast. Agriculture, forestry, fishing, construction, all of them essential components for a labor market, and all of them reliant to various degrees on seasonal labor. As the member knows, EI is designed to respond automatically to changes in an EI economic region's unemployment rate. That way, people residing in similar labor markets are treated fairly and similarly, with the amount of assistance provided adjusted according to the changing needs of regions and communities. Our government is reviewing these issues and is seized of these issues, and while we're very proud of what we've achieved so far, particularly considering the state of the system when we took it over, we'll continue to work hard to provide more EI improvements to more Canadians who need it most, all across the country. The issues that have been raised about the gap are issues that are significantly important, and we're working with employers, we're working with workers and unions, as well as provinces and local municipalities to try to find a way to resolve these issues as quickly as we can. Meanwhile, we continue to move forward with reforms that we think are important to EI. Thank you.
The
Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. The answers are always the same, Mr. Speaker. It's time that the Liberals kept their promises and tackled all unemployment insurance-related problems. Now, with respect to the spring gap problem, there are many movements, many associations and groups and unions that have been waiting for the government to keep its promises. I would like to point out, for example, the courageous initiative of groups on the Côte Nord who organized a demonstration on the 24th of November to condemn this situation. This day really was a broad consensus of so many workers and members who made a cry from the heart so that the government will react and take urgent measures to end this catastrophe for 16,000 workers and their families. So I'm putting my question again, Mr. Speaker. When will this government finally take the necessary steps to deal with all employment insurance-related problems?
To the Minister of Social Development.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to assure my colleague that our government has been and remains committed to supporting Canadians right across the country when they need it, and that this issue is front of mind for the Minister as we head towards the new year.
We understand that the employment insurance program provides certainty to Canadians, families, and workers throughout the country when they do not have a job.
Rely on seasonal labor. Contributing to the well-being of seasonal workers that are employed in those sectors, including through the EI program, is important. We are challenged. We are challenged with success because of the high employment numbers, because of the extraordinary job this government has done getting people back to work. One of the challenges we face are these regional issues where employment statistics are on the rise, but certain sectors are not being attended to as properly as they could be. And we understand the need to talk to unions, to employers, and to talk to the communities affected to find a permanent solution to this. But I assure you that it's front of mind for the minister as we head towards the new year. And as I end, I'd like to say Joyeux Noël to mon colleague.
Merry Christmas to my colleague from the opposition.
Waited here. Thank you. Thank you very much. Have a great new year and have a happy, happy, happy Christmas and a happy Hanukkah as well.
And I would like to add my own thanks to all those who work in the Parliament of Canada, in the House of Commons. And I wish you all Merry Christmas.
La motion portant que la Chambre s'adjourne est maintenant.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Pursuant to order made earlier today, the House stands adjourned until Monday, January 29, 2018 at 11 a.m., pursuant to Standing Orders 28.2 and 24.1.